the league is tough now.
That's
what I got from this schedule. It's like, all right, let me look for the break. Where are the easy? Dang, there are no easy parts of the schedule. Mm-hmm. Every game is going to be difficult, man. It's going to be a rough season in terms of, living on the edge. We got to win this one. Can't lose 2 in a row. Can't lose to these guys. There's probably only 2 or 3 teams in the league that you can say, no way we losing to this team. Mm-hmm. But other than that, it's going to be difficult, man.
One of the things that jumped out to me, I know we were talking a couple days ago about when do they play the Pelicans? Oh, you got to beat the Pelicans. And I'm sure you saw this. They don't play the Pelicans until February 8th, the Saturday here.
That's crazy.
Then they play them again in New Orleans
on a back-to-back.
On the 12th and the 13th. Yeah. So they got a stretch there, a 4-game stretch where 3 of the games are against New Orleans, 2 of them there. Well, as you say, on a back-to-back. That's a little weird.
A little weird, no doubt about it. Back-to-back, same city. I mean, we've seen back-to-backs before. We've seen 2 games against the same opponent in a row, but nothing quite like this. I will say, no offense to my guy Mark Jones, but hopefully your boy Drapes is on that trip. 3 days in New Orleans, baby. I'm all for that. At Bourbon Street, here I come. Hopefully I'm on that trip.
Yeah, and then the Kings have another one at home against the Lakers on the 19th of December, which is a Thursday, and then Saturday the 21st. So the 19th and 21st of December, the Lakers will be here both times.
How about this? We talked in baseball about the Yankees coming and all this. The Lakers and LeBron and AD going to be at the Sawyer for 3 or 4 nights in a row.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Sacramento Kings fans, we should make their time in Sacramento miserable, but I don't know if a fire alarm is going to go off. I don't want them dudes to get a good night's sleep. They can't get a good night's sleep in the Sawyer when they're in our town. Maybe that's just me, being old school and everything. I'm not saying do anything nefarious, but I want the room service meals to be cold. I want the showers to be cold. I want, wake-up calls to come at 4 a.m., something. LeBron and those guys can't have a sweet time in Sacramento when they come in December.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. We talked about that when Howard Beck was on. We did that. We tried to do that to Shaq. And we did. Mission was not accomplished, and Shaq said, if they knocked on my door, I would have killed them. So, so you're right. The schedule, no matter how you look at it, it's like, whoa, this is kind of a tough schedule because they're just, again, so many good teams, especially in the West.
Yeah, especially in the West. And I'm looking at the early season schedule as we break it down here. Opening against Minnesota, tough game. And coming up, I'll have a Drapes Takes 5 must-win games for the Sacramento Kings. But then you got Lakers. That should be tough. But maybe you can make some ground and put some distance when you got Portland, Utah, Atlanta, Toronto. To me, that's a 4-game win streak. That should be a 4-game win streak. And so while it is tough, I think that's our first pocket of, all right, let's string together some wins. Let's get a 5 or 6 game win streak right there.
Yeah, and then you got Miami, and then you're back home to Toronto.
Exactly.
Toronto 2 times out of 3
right.
games.
So, I think, as difficult the schedule is, and people are talking about, 5 of their first 7 games are on the road, I do believe with this schedule, the Kings can get out of the gate really quickly and hopefully be a 10-3 team, 10-2 team, something like that.
I know a lot of the things that we'd heard suggested that, it's going to be a tough schedule to close the year. And that I understand that because of all the road games. But, I noticed this year in April, you're on a road trip, the third of a 4-game trip in April. On the second, you start with Washington, then you're at Charlotte, then you're at Cleveland, then Detroit. So, there's some wins there. And then you're home, for Denver, the Clippers, and Phoenix. So even though you're on the road a lot down the home stretch, there's an opportunity to finish strong the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, exactly. And you mentioned it, having Denver, Clippers, and Phoenix, but on your home floor. It's much better than being on the road. And you're right, that Washington, Charlotte, Cleveland, Detroit 4-game road trip, and then, Indiana and Orlando before that, but separating those, that's a chance right there to go 3-1. That's a chance when you're battling for position in the Western Conference, and then you play Denver, Clippers, and Phoenix. I think you'll be jockeying with them for seeding. And so you are going to be in control of your own destiny coming down the stretch with this schedule.
Which teams to you are kind of wild cards? We don't know for sure, but we think we have a good idea which teams are, that's a tough game. That one should be an easy game. To me, the Clippers, there's a good chance they're going to be easy to beat this year, but to me, there's still something of a wild card.
Yeah,
sure.
And you're right about that because we don't know what they're going to look like. I mean, you still got Kawhi Leonard. They made some nice moves, obviously, trying to replace Paul George, and they could be a tough team. But we don't even know if Kawhi is going to be playing. Is he going to be load managing? Is he going to be hurt? And so I think when you look at the Western Conference, I think the Clippers probably have the widest gap between their ceiling and their floor.
Mm-hmm.
They could be a 5 seed.
The variance, as they say.
Right. They could be a 5 seed or an 11 seed. We just don't know with that team. One team that I think will be sneaky difficult is San Antonio. I think San Antonio has had a great offseason, obviously adding our guy Harrison Barnes. But when you bring in a guy like CP3, that was the one ingredient they were missing. Somebody to get the ball to Wemby in his sweet spots, his places to score, the lob threat. So I think you'll see Wemby be extra special this season. But then you forget about Devin Vassell and Keldon Johnson. Like, their starting five is halfway decent. And so I think that's going to be a tougher game than matchup than people are giving it credit for.
I think Memphis has a chance to be a much better team than they were last year.
I'm with you on that. John Morant coming back. I like the addition of Zach Edey, Marcus Smart being healthy. I mean, think about it. When you look at Memphis, their three-headed monster of Desmond Bane, John Morant, and Marcus Smart. You got explosiveness, you have shooting, and you have tough, hard-nosed defense. And then you throw in Jaren Jackson, also, a former defensive player of the year. And when we talk about ceiling and floor, Memphis could be a top 4 seed, or they could be on the outside looking in. With them, obviously, it all depends on John Morant.
Mm-hmm. And so November, you'll be home a lot, right? You'll be spending a lot of time at home.
Yeah, November and December especially. When you look at, Thanksgiving time, that's the one area we'll be gone. You see, you got Minnesota Wednesday and then Portland Friday. So Thanksgiving, the way they'll schedule it, will probably be in Portland for Thanksgiving. But then you look at the schedule in December, Whitey, and we don't know the NBA Cup games. Are we going to have 1 game, 2 games? What's going to happen? But as of now, only 3 road games in December. And let me count it up, 7 home games. So I think the schedule front loaded.
I think it's actually 8, isn't it?
Is it 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Yeah, you're right about that. I think before the new year, we should see the Sacramento Kings really hitting their stride. And I'm looking for a favorable record, the first 3 months of the season, if you will.
Do you want to hear my pick already for not the Kings here, but the NBA league-wide, the best and the worst game of the year?
Best and worst game of the year.
Yes. The best game of the year to me.
Okay.
Saturday, February 28th. That's on ABC. It might be, well, no, it wouldn't be their first game, a Saturday game, but Saturday, February 28th, the Celtics at the Knicks. That's going to be a madhouse.
That's a good at the Knicks.
Yes. And then the worst game of the year, to me, the worst time of the year is right after Christmas. You're nowhere near the playoff push yet.
Is it Detroit, Portland? I haven't even looked at the schedule.
Detroit at Brooklyn. Wednesday, January 8th. To me, it's
I knew I had to involve one of those teams. And when is that game? The day after Christmas? Or?
No, that's Wednesday, January 8th.
Oh, January 8th.
Are over.
Yeah. It's that's going to be a league pass only kind of game. Yeah, you're right. And think about it too. When you look at Brooklyn, they're obviously tanking, rebuilding, or whatever, and so they might have waved the white flag by then. Yeah, you know what I mean. So no,
you're
right.
Trading as Cam Johnson. Right?
Yeah, exactly. By midseason. Yep.
Were you surprised they have 12 TV games? I know that I believe it had been reported they weren't going to have that many.
Yeah, I think the report was 6 national TV games, but I don't think they were including NBA TV in that. So it's 6 more NBA TV games. Not surprised. It's something we talked about yesterday. If you're the Sacramento Kings, you have a way to play into more games late in the season. Maybe, as I look at the schedule, that road game against Orlando or, that game against OKC. Well, that's a TNT one already. See, there you go. Maybe a Boston game or something like that. And so you have a way to sort of play your way into much more national high-profile games. But I'll be honest with you, Whitey. I want us to fly under the radar. I don't want the whole world watching us because we saw what happened last year.
Mhm.
2 years ago, nobody thought anything about us. We so-called snuck up on people, but really made a statement. I don't want to be on national TV every day. I don't want to be the hunted. I think we're a better team as the hunter.
Can you answer this for me? Let's pick any one of these NBA TV games. Let's say you're doing it. Let's just say Saturday against the Lakers, October 26th. Okay. NBA TV game. What determines whether your broadcast or the Lakers is the one that NBA TV picks up?
Home team. They always go with the home team.
Okay.
Yeah, the home team broadcast is who they pick up. So in that case, even though we'll be broadcasting the game also, the one you see on NBA TV will be the Lakers.
That.
Yeah,
right.
It's the home team they always pick up.
Because that must be kind of fun for you to be on NBA TV, right?
Yeah, it's something I actually pay attention to. When the schedule comes out, I look, okay, NBA TV at home. Hopefully I'm doing that one.
I see.
Then mom and dad and friends and family. It's amazing. I got this one friend who lives out in Kentucky, huge basketball fan, huge Lakers fan. And he always texts me, hey, man, are you doing that game tonight? And when I'm on and he sees me on NBA TV, he'll post on Facebook, Instagram, my guy Drape's doing this thing. And so it makes you feel good. So those are games I circle on the calendar. Yeah.
So when you text him, does he text you back and like, some of the people?
Nah, people always text me back. Like Katie texted me back, but it took her about 4 hours to get back to me. My guy, Mike Bibby, him and I've been texting today. He texted me. As a matter of fact, let me tell you this story about Mike Bibby real quick here before we get to break. Yesterday, I wake up usually at 6:30. That's pretty early. You know, that's a nice little, early time. Some people sleep until 7:30. I wake up. I got a text from Mike Bibby. What's up, Drapes? What's up, Kyle? Let me know when you want me to get on. Talking about the radio. I'm like, all right, Mike. I look and see what time he texted it. 4:25 a.m. I'm like, bro, what are you doing up? But he goes to the gym at 5 a.m. and works out every day. So he's one of those early guys. I'm like, who texted me at 4:25? It's our guy, Mike Bibby.
Drapes, I got the same text.
You got it
just
too?
about.
Because
I had hit him.
Something?
Yeah, when you was like, hey, let's get Bibby on, I text him and he texted me back. And I was like, dude, did he not go to sleep?
Right. That's our guy. So what are you coming up at 3 o'clock?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, and we'll continue our peak at the brand new schedule when we come right back to Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make this switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been? I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
I'd say the NBA makes it harder than it needs to be to have fun when the new schedule comes out, the way they give you a little bit here, a little bit there. But we finally have it today. Here's a Kings fan who's very excited on the text line, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. From the 279, all the teams in the West are good, but we have for sure gotten better. With a proven player like DeRozan, the Pels lost Valanciunas. Warriors lost Clay. Wolves exactly the same. We handled them last year. Nuggets lost role players. Suns have no bench. Some of these teams were great last year, but we are off top so much better than last year without even playing a game. I'm sure other radio stations are going to be talking about being slightly scared to play against us with Fox and DeRozan and Sabonis and all the guys. Kings winning 54+ this year.
I like that. I like that from the 279. I had the over-under at about 52.5. I got, 52, 53. But think about this, Whitey, how far we have come now. To this texter's point, in L.A., in Phoenix, in San Francisco today, they're looking at the schedule. Ooh, look at this stretch. We got the Kings. We got the, now we're not a gimme anymore. Teams are afraid of us now, and so it's a new day here in Sacramento. Can I say one thing, though, Kings fans? We got to be better in regards to this. I'm not going to look at this schedule and say, oh, man, that's tough. I don't know, hopefully we go 3-3 and all this. Oh, man, I don't know if we're going to. No. I guarantee you Boston's not doing that right now. They're not looking at any stretch of their schedule and saying, oh, man, if we could just go 500, if we could just, beat the Knicks this one time. No, we have to look at this schedule and say we have a chance to win every single game. We should be in every single game. There's a lot of wins on this schedule, but there aren't any guaranteed losses on this schedule. That's how we got to think about it, Whitey. I look at this schedule and I'm like, oh, that's a win. That's a win. I'm not looking and saying that's a loss. That's a loss, because we are a better team and a better franchise now. We should expect to win all these games.
I want to point this out, too. To me, this schedule, especially the TV schedule, is a tip of the cap to not just the Kings, but Kings fans, because there's 12 nationally televised games. 3 on TNT, 3 on ESPN, 6 on NBA TV. 9 of those games are in Sacramento.
Yes.
Because the TV people know you want that atmosphere. Yeah. It's good TV.
I had
it is in Sacramento.
Yeah. I had not picked up on that, but you're 100% right, Whitey. And I think it goes back to that Brooklyn game, that Tuesday night TNT Brooklyn game when, the Kings went off and put 150-something points on the board against the Brooklyn Nets. Like, it is a great atmosphere. It is something that translates on TV, too.
Yeah, and
like, you can feel it.
Not just the networks, but the league wants that. Look how much they love basketball out there.
Yes, and I can't tell you how many times I've gotten texts from people on the East Coast staying up watching Sacramento Kings fans games and saying, man, Kings games are fun to watch. The atmosphere is electric. Our boy Tony Jones, who covers the Utah Jazz and Denver Nuggets, calls Golden One Center the best atmosphere in the entire NBA. And I think the league knows that now.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. JR's been hanging on. Hey, JR, you're on the drive, guys. What's going on?
Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey.
What's up, JR?
Hey, I am on the same page with you, Drapes. When the Lakers come to town, it's going to be chaos at the Kempton. We will not let them sleep for 3 days straight. I am 100% on board with you. Whatever we need to do. I might even get a little part-time job down there at the Solaris.
Now, hold up, JR. Don't do nothing to get yourself arrested. I'm not saying do anything like that, big fella.
I want to get an inside job, a little short sheen on James, maybe knock on that door and say, is this Davis's room at 2 a.m.? 100%. And anytime they step foot outside, mad mob. Just don't even let them get 2 feet.
That's what I'm saying. It can't. JR, to your point, man,
yes.
I want the Lakers to feel like they can't wait to get out of town. They don't want to come back to Sacramento.
No, it is not a home game for them. It is away as far as they could be away. And we are going to make them pay for wanting to visit here for 2 days. That is kind of silly that I hate when they do that, though. They play games like that with their back. I mean, unless it's a series, why are we playing the same team twice in a couple of nights?
Yeah, especially when it's I was going to say, JR, especially when it's a team like that. They did it with Dallas last year, the year. But the big teams, it's a big deal when they come in, and the Lakers basically only come in once this year.
Yeah, that's true. For the 2 games. Yeah, that little stretch, right
JR,
there.
I could see you outside LeBron's room with a giant cowbell. Your wake-up call.
100%.
Your wake-up call, Mr. James.
I think Katie's guy is like a fire marshal or whatever. He's a high-level fire guy. He better bring all his fire trucks down there and have them parked out with their friggin' sirens going on at 2 a.m. for like a couple of hours.
I don't know what he does. I don't know. All right, JR. He is wild.
That made you nervous.
No, he did. You never know what you're going to get with JR. He started off Drapes. I'm on your side. I was like, man, that's a breath of fresh air. I'm not used to that with him. But, here's the thing, Whitey, and you've been around for a while. You tell me, how was it for opponents back during the golden era of Sacramento Kings? I know from a game standpoint, we made it difficult, but I just remember, working in Boston and the stories I used to hear, how, fans would line up and the team's buses would come by, Lakers would be on it, and, they made it uncomfortable for them. I'm not saying do anything to get you arrested, Kings fans, but I want to bring that atmosphere back, especially in a rivalry game. There's no reason why LeBron James should be sunning, laying out at the pool at the Sawyer, acting like he on vacation when he's here in Sacramento. I want him to, be like, damn, I can't wait to get back to LA. I can't wait to get out of here.
It is funny, as we talk to players that used to play for the Kings and against the Kings, typically the opponents will say, oh, it's great atmosphere in there, right? They won't say, oh, we didn't like going to there. They'll just say, yeah, everyone's very excited.
Yeah.
The most well-known example of something being very difficult for visitors, as Amadrock points out, I remember when I used to work at the Hyatt and Kobe got food poisoning. We can't have that. And I still don't know what exactly happened. But, there was some people thought somebody put something funny in his burger. I don't know.
That might be crossing the line.
Yeah, that definitely.
You said that might be. Huh? That's definitely crossing the line. But seriously, why not room service being cold? Why not the coffee they get in the morning? Oh, we're out of milk. You got to use half and half or powder. Like not the friendly, comfortable amenities. Like,
but is it still like that back east? Because the arenas now are so nice. Used to be, and I was never there, but the old Garden.
The old Garden was that. Yeah, that was, yeah. I mean, there are certain arenas where, and Boston's one of them, where the visitor locker room is a little suspect, a little cramped quarters. Shoot, even Staples Center or Crypto.com or whatever they're calling it, the visitor's locker room is pretty tight. Like, maybe some cold water. The showers are busted or something. I mean, just little gamesmanship kind of thing.
I hadn't thought of that. In the days of Arco 2, and obviously Golden One Center is, vastly superior. But Arco 2, especially during those playoffs, when it got really loud and people brought the cowbells, there was a little bit of a hostile environment.
Right.
And you talk about a cramped visitor's locker room.
Yeah, you're not trying to threaten anybody. Just make them not feel comfortable. Make them feel uncomfortable a little bit. Like, man, I can't wait to get out of Sacramento.
Make him feel as uncomfortable as Jay is at the prospect of talking about the schedule all day long.
I know he's back there quiet. How about this, Jay? How about this? Let's say you own a restaurant downtown. Crew, Zocalo, something, whatever. LeBron James and Bronny trying to get a table. You letting them sit wherever they want? You giving them a table or nope, we're full tonight?
Not me, City of Trees on mine, so we full tonight. But I understand, as a business owner, which they're going to be like, of course.
Yeah, right.
But I'm with
close
you,
it
Drake.
down for them.
Yeah, man, I'm full tonight. Oh, all those are reserved.
Right, exactly.
Reserved.
LeBron be like, yo, what about? Ain't nobody reserved, right? I wish, man. That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
Stand back, Brian.
So they're only coming one time. Yeah, that's
it, huh?
Yeah. And then let's see. How about the Warriors? By the way, the games that the Kings are playing that are nationally televised that are road games, there's one at LA against the Lakers, one at LA against the Clippers, then the one against the Warriors.
As well.
Yeah.
It's a rivalry game, right?
Yeah.
Rivalry game.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else stands out to you in terms of a stretch or a back-to-back or something? I'm looking, at that right before, mid-March. That stretch where, when you got at Clippers, home against the Knicks, at Golden State, at Phoenix, home against Memphis, that's a tough one, home against Cleveland. That's a tough little stretch right there as well. A lot of people are pointing out the, pre-All-Star break portion of the schedule with Denver, Knicks, Brooklyn's a soft one, but then you got Philly, OKC, Minnesota, Orlando. Like, that's a tough little stretch as well.
Mm-hmm. What's the toughest month? That might be that March, huh? Because in addition to the games you said, you have that stretch. Clippers, Knicks, Warriors, Phoenix. And then you're home to Memphis, Cleveland, Chicago. Then you got Milwaukee, Boston, OKC, Portland, Orlando, Indiana.
Yeah,
March is a tough month.
March is a tough month. And here's the thing about March, and we know this historically from covering basketball, Whitey, the post-All-Star break sprint to the finish. That's when veteran teams are really dialing in. That's when a team like Phoenix might be playing at their best. Team like Boston, depending on the standings. Dallas took off after the All-Star break, remember? And so that's that. And as I'm looking, that All-Star break is late this year too, it seems like, based on the they don't play again after the All-Star break until February 21st, Friday.
Yeah.
Usually we're back either that Wednesday or Thursday. So we got an extra long break there, it feels like. Full 7 days off.
And, of course, we have no idea what the teams are going to look like after the trade deadline.
Exactly. So, how we might look.
Yeah.
That's true.
Right. That's right. All right. When we come back, the conversation continues as we digest the new schedule. And at some point here, I know we got Drape's Takes coming up at some point. Yeah, got to have that. Yep, got that coming up.
Also Top 5 must-wins.
Top 5 must-wins. You let us know when we're ready for that. Also, we'll take a look, review of the last 2 weeks of the Aiyuk saga. Supposedly something happened today. I don't know if it's a thing or not. It's coming up on Sactown Sports.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And, of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And, as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting their focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884. Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town.
What was I thinking? I'm getting drunk all over.
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Harmony, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Experience a golf tournament as refined as you are. The Pro Court Championship at Silverado Resort, September 12th through the 15th. Be there as the best of Napa meets the best of the PGA Tour. With world-class wine experiences, breathtaking views, and incredible golf. It's like this weekend was made for you. The Pro Court Championship, September 12th through the 15th. For tickets, go to ProCourtChampionship.com.
The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
It's August, but we got a lot of King stuff going on with the schedule coming out today. And I know yesterday we started talking about our top 40 or 50 or whatever it's going to be Kings because they're coming up on their 40th season. Jay's got an update on that. Jay's been working on that. And I have a list Let's see. Just first draft. I got my top 40, Kyle.
You got your 40. Could it change, or you might tweak it a little bit? Okay,
around the edges a little bit. But yeah, I had a list of like 60 names, and then I went down, and it's hard going, nope.
Oh, yeah, you got to cross some people off as you go, and this guy got to be in the top 40. So
right.
I haven't looked yet. I haven't begun yet. Although I do have a little cheat sheet. Somebody sent me a list of all the Kings players. Our boy Kings fan Dan, all-time Kings players, and he it's a spreadsheet, fellas. And you can rank them any way you want, like points per game, rebounds, total games played, And so I'm gonna deep dive into this this weekend, so we get it ready for hopefully next week.
Yesterday, remember we were talking about the schedule and how some Kings fans were already getting upset about all the road games early and late, and now we have more Kings fans that are upset, and there's probably every fan base in the league is upset about something on the schedule. But our guy Amadrox says February 8th, the Kings play the Pelicans and fly to Dallas, play at 5:30, then go to New Orleans for a back-to-back. Eric Stoneburner says that is chicken bleep by the NBA to do that. So people are, a few people anyway, already upset about that stretch that we talked about where you play the Pelicans and you go to Dallas, then you play the Pelicans 2 more times.
Amadrox, my guy. Eric Stoneburner is my guy. But, dog, do we know how close New Orleans and Dallas is? It's like an hour flight. What are we talking about? Like, I'm not mad at the league for that. And you say a 5:30 start. Well, that's 5:30 Sacramento time, if I'm correct. And so that's what, 7:30 Dallas time. So I'm not worried about that. New Orleans to Dallas, that's an hour flight. That's a soft spot in the schedule travel-wise, I believe.
I don't really see a competitive disadvantage there, but again, it disappoints me that those Pelican games are big this year, and that 3 of them are in a 5-day or 6-day 4-game stretch. Same and with the Lakers coming here.
Same with the Lakers. Remember the Warriors last year? We saw them 3 times in the first month, and then didn't see them again until late. And so I don't know what the schedule makers were thinking. Like, why New Orleans back to back at New Orleans after you just played them at home? And here's the thing about it too, Whitey, that is frustrating, and maybe this is what Amadrock and Eric are getting at. How you're playing in December, November, January, February might be different than how you're playing March or April.
Yeah.
And these are important games. These are against teams you're jockeying for position. Let's say you have an injury then. Let's say your team's not playing the best at that point. Now you got 3 games against the same team in a week. You lose the head-to-head just because it's a bad week for you. You know, that's the part I don't like. These games are too important to bunch them up in a week like that.
Yeah, that's what Eric says. I'm talking about us playing them 3 times in 6 days. Remember a year ago when the schedule came out, everybody was able to look at that stretch there in late March where they had Dallas coming in and we knew that, those are going to be big games. What do you see here is like, wow, what can we already look at right now? We've already identified March is a tough month.
Yeah, March is a tough month.
Where do you see what do you see as a key stretch here for the Kings? I think we also identified those last couple weeks in April when you're home for your last 3 games, but Denver, the Clippers, and Phoenix, I think it's going to come down. Some important seeding position is going to come down to those 3 games.
Yeah, and I think there are a number of pockets to the schedule where you can do that. You know, from gaining some momentum, I look at that right after the Emirates Cup finals. You got 2 against the Lakers. You've owned them. Continue your dominance against them. Then you face Tyrese and the Pacers. You owe them 1 anyway. Then you go to you play Detroit. And then you play the Lakers again.
Yes.
So that could be a nice little 5-game win streak right after the Emirates Cup that propels you into the new year. And so I'm looking at that schedule as just a key one for this team. And then, like, you know, Eric and Amadrock were saying, right before the All-Star break, we got to go into the All-Star break hot. Can you imagine beating New Orleans, Dallas, New Orleans, and New Orleans again? How you would be feeling going into the All-Star break if you're Sacramento? I think that's a key stretch as well.
Remember last year, a huge win going into the break, right? Where they beat Denver in Denver after Michael Malone had talked about, We got some for them this time.
Right.
By the way, the Kings better play well in that stretch you just talked about because, it's home to Indiana, home to Detroit, then at the Lakers, then home to Dallas, home to Philly, home to Memphis, at Golden State, home to Miami, at Boston.
Yeah, that's a tough stretch.
To start the new year.
That's a tough stretch right there. And fortunately, I'm going to keep it real with you, Kings fans. That at Boston game, if there was a game that I say we're going to lose, it would be that one. I don't know what it is about the Celtics. They always handle us, always kick our butt. But I will say we got reinforcements. I think DeMar DeRozan, a veteran who's played in big games, been in hostile environments, will help us out in that game. He's a little more physical. He won't be rattled. And I think that's what this team needs as they go into a hostile environment in Boston.
Speaking of Boston, they're here on March 24th and the surrounding games. March 23rd, Milwaukee at home.
Tough.
Then that's the 22nd, 22nd. Then the 24th, Boston.
Ooh.
Then the next night, home to the Thunder.
And you could argue 3 of the top 5 teams in the NBA in 4 days.
Yeah.
That's going to be a critical stretch. You're right. I mean, but as we talked about earlier, this schedule is littered with tough games because the league is tough. I mean, when you look at it, Washington, Brooklyn, Portland, maybe Detroit. I think Detroit will be a little bit better this year if they stay healthy, but there aren't any gimmies. And we know historically from Sacramento, we can't overlook anybody.
I wonder if that's because the play-in has worked and the lottery has worked. So they're just teams are less motivated to tank. That's one of the reasons that the schedule's so tough. There's just a few teams now that tank. And it used to be there were teams that, Cooper Flag. Well,
right.
We're not going to even try.
Like
this
7 teams would be tanking.
Yeah.
And think about it. A team that probably should be tanking, the Utah Jazz, they don't seem like they're tanking. They're adding players, adding Patty Mills, re-signing Markkanen. And so I do think, to your point, the league changing the way the lottery is constructed, top 3 or 4 teams all have equal opportunity to land that number 1 overall pick. Instead of the worst team, you got the best chance. And so now it doesn't make sense if you're the worst team or the 3rd worst team or the 4th worst team. There's no difference there.
We'll get back to it. Of course, we'll be talking about the schedule all so long. We got Drape's top 5 must win already.
Got to do this.
Yeah. Just a quick break here to talk about Brandon Aiyuk. You tell me, is this anything? And here's the rundown on what we've had. Let's see. This was in The Athletic today. July 31st was the handshake hug day. Aiyuk on the practice field. August 5th reports that San Francisco was open to a trade. August 7th, Aiyuk rejected proposals from the Pats to the Browns. August 9th, there was a report that Aiyuk and the Niners were getting back together to discuss things. And then August 14th, Aiyuk on the practice field for the first time since July 31st. We have this from Cam Inman today. He said that Aiyuk was at practice today, and he said he was engaged. And then you started seeing the interaction among teammates. Even John Lynch came by and shook his hand and patted him on the back. So is that anything?
It's nothing, Whitey. The media is failing us right now. The media got to do a better job. They're just looking for engagement right now. What does he looks engaged mean? What does that mean?
I know Cam's a good reporter.
But what does that mean, Whitey? Please tell me. I need Cam to explain, what does that mean he looks engaged?
Stated that Aiyuk looked like part of the team despite not participating in practice. Inman noted Aiyuk started the session about 50 yards away, but as red zone drills commenced, he took a more active role. That's all I got.
Let me ask you this, and this I'm not pushing back on you. I'm just saying, like you asked me if it was something or nothing. I'm saying it's nothing because someone looking engaged could look differently to somebody else. You may think I'm engaged in the show right now. Somebody looking at YouTube is like, man, why Drape's looking down at his phone? He don't look to be engaged. I think that's subjective. And so I don't, that's awful. I just hate the report. Like we had a lot of that yesterday. Oh, and Andy was wearing a Niners jersey, a Niners shirt. It's like, we're desperate for something to happen. We're starving right now.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And then going back to handshake hug day on July 31st, it's all fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying that. After the hug day or handshake day, everybody ran with, oh, man, we're trying to read body language, and it's clear it doesn't mean anything. Because if it did, this whole bro handshake thing would have meant something. Now we find out, according to reports, both sides were angry and unhappy with the way this is progressing in the leaks and everything like that. So I'm not buying what I'm hearing out there, man.
Mike Bibby's coming up top of the hour. Up next, which USA basketball star would Tom Brady put at quarterback?
Ooh.
Got a surprising answer in that one when we come back to Sactown Sports.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with a purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Keep your family cool and comfortable this summer with Bell Brothers' best summer ever financing event. When you replace your AC system, we're offering 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on approved credit, then low fixed rate thereafter. That's right, 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on any new AC system. It's an incredible offer on an incredible new AC system, but only for a limited time. This offer is also available on any plumbing, water heater, or insulation projects over $1,000. So call Bell Brothers now. Your family will thank you because they'll be cool and comfortable. But you have to hurry. Our offer for 0 payment, 0 interest for 6 months, then low fixed rate thereafter ends soon. Estimates and second opinions are free. So call now to keep your family cool and comfortable during Bell Brothers' best summer ever event. Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder, thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Maida Chevy saves you $12,000 off MSRP on every new half-ton Silverado LT Turbo Max. In stock after rebates. Always 5 to choose from.
Labor Day savings on now at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details. Ends 9/3/24.
Uh, 12-2, 13-2. So they put in Yastrzemski to pitch because, it's like, well, we're going to lose anyway.
Yeah.
Don't want to waste a pitcher.
Wasting arm. Yeah.
He was throwing, I kid you not, 47 miles an hour, and he couldn't throw a strike. So, and it was funny because he's getting up there and he's just lobbing
them up,
hoping that it'll go over the plate. And the graphic says 46 miles an hour slider. I'm like, that wasn't a slider. And it's just on the same slider. This is 51 change up. Right? Nope. Yeah. But today things look like they're turning around for the Giants when they really needed one. They looked absolutely terrible last night. And the A's are playing really well.
Yeah, both teams looking like they're going to get a win today. Giants on top of the Braves right now, 6-0. Looking at social media, our boy Bonte, I tell you what, man, this guy, if you don't follow him, he is interesting. He said, quote, I mean, this has to be rock bottom of the Farhan era. What we witnessed today was flat out embarrassing.
It was.
It was that bad.
It really was. Yeah.
A once proud franchise. Probably going to miss the playoffs again.
Looks like
7 out of the last 8 or something like that. Unacceptable for San Francisco.
Last night made the Gabe Kapler days look like, boy, those were the days.
Right. Those were,
oh, man.
Yeah.
Miss those days. So, yeah, with Logan Webb taking care of business today. Rockland's Logan Webb. Looks like they're going to get back in the win column. Interesting text here. Who is this from? Oh, I wish I had a name from the 916. Can I get a quick yes or no on these lower tier top 40 Kings players? You want to try some of that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Garcia, Corliss Williamson, Jason Thompson, Malik Monk, Carl Landry. I have one of those guys in my top 40. And I think,
and I don't know which one. I don't know. I'm a Francisco Garcia guy, so I'm biased.
I'm a big Carl Landry guy.
You think Carl Landry is in the top 40? Or?
I didn't say that.
Oh, you're going Malik Monk, huh?
Yes.
2 years? Is that enough?
Because of what they did when
he was in
those 2 years.
Being a part of that, that team.
Sean Cunningham mentioned yesterday, Jason Thompson's a tough one because they weren't very good, but he was here a long time.
He was, and you look at any of the all-time leaders, in the Sacramento era, he's at the top, not at the top, but in the top 10 in a lot of categories because of games played and minutes and stuff like that.
It's tough when you put together a list of 50 or 60 names. Like when you do it this way, it's like, oh yeah, all those guys should be in there.
Yeah.
But you put together 50 or 60 and you got to pare it down to 40.
Yeah.
It gets tough.
Let me ask you this. As we put together this list of top 40, 50, whatever we decide to do we have to take into account personal bias? For instance, I'm going to give Francisco Garcia probably a 5-spot bump just because he's my guy. Isaiah Thomas, a bump. Or is this supposed to be strictly objective without, emotion?
Let's talk to the guys running the whole
thing. What do you
thing.
think, Jay?
No, I think you have to include emotion. You have to include fanatic, a fan. That's part of it. And I think that brings the conversation out is you value a Francisco Garcia, IT versus like Whitey values Malik Monk's 2 quick years, where I'm like, that's not enough. I may take the JT, the Jason Thompson longevity conversation, and so I think, you have to. I think that's what's great about sports and being a fan.
Yeah. Yeah. I do have Isaiah Thomas on my preliminary list. Oh, and I do have Corliss. I have Corliss as well.
Nasty. Okay.
Well, so what are you working with over there? 60? 65, 70.
I went basketball reference.
Notebook worth what?
Started on their first year, and then just looked at, and for each year, it's like, I'm going to take the top. If anybody to me is like, hey, he maybe is a candidate, I just put their name down. And I did that for each one of their seasons. And then I looked at it, I had about 60. Then I went back over those. And which ones are like on the edge, because I still needed to cut it down to 10 by 10 or 20. And so it's a pretty good list.
So you got your
preliminary.
These are like
preliminary
in the
top
running.
40.
These, yeah. And basically you eliminated a bunch of people. Yeah.
Some of whom I really didn't want to.
Okay.
I do have HB on there. I have Sabonis. I have Keegan. And I have Malik Monk.
Ooh, Keegan in your top 40 already.
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought about Keegan yet.
Oh, that's a tough one. 2 seasons.
Yeah, 2 unforgettable seasons, though.
What, 15 points and 12 points per game? So, basically what I'm hearing then, Whitey, is like I'm giving, and I'm sure others are giving an extra boost to the early 2000s. This era of Sacramento Kings basketball gets a little bump up, a little nod up because of making the playoffs, 48
I
wins,
think
46.
So. Maybe some of it is recency bias, which is you could argue, well, you shouldn't factor that in, but you have to take into account the success they've had the last couple of years.
Yeah. Here's the thing about it too, fellas. There are, the 16 years of missing the playoffs. We've had some good talent come through. But because they didn't win, 28 wins, 26 wins, does that knock them down a peg or two? You know what I mean? Like, for instance, my guy Tyreek, my guy Rudy Gay, like guys like that, who I think are in the top 40 and I think ultimately will be, but they aren't high because they didn't have DMC. We just had the top 5 conversation. Does he get penalized for not winning?
He's going to be in. But,
he'll be top 40. But I think what you're saying, Drapes, is the aspect of winning is going to play a huge role in your top 40. I think me personally, I'm going to try to remove, because this is what I think is going to happen, and this is just me prognosticating, fellas. The 2000s team, as I like to call them, they're going to have 10, 11, 12, 13 guys. Like, they're going to be half the list almost. And so you're going to have to really look at the early 90s. Like you said, Drapes, that 16-year low with DMC, Rudy Gay, IT, Jason Thompson, the Marcus Thorntons, the guys like the K Martins, guys like that. And then you have like a 2-3 period with Artest, Brad Miller.
Yeah, that period.
So me personally as a panelist, I'm going to try to separate personal stats versus team wins too, which kind of also brings something that we haven't done yet, and this is going to be something we'll discuss today, tomorrow, something like that, is criteria. Like, how do we set the guidelines of how our other panelists will vote?
Yeah. It turns out I do have on my preliminary. Corliss is on it, and JT is
is on it.
Yeah. From the 916, how about Otis Thorpe in Orangevale? Otis Thorpe's on
Is he on your list?
He's on my list. Yeah.
Okay.
He was good.
Yes.
He was like 18-10 for the Kings.
That's money then.
Yeah.
I'll have to go back and look. One thing I was thinking about, fellas, is I think we all agree De'Aaron Fox, top 5, top 7, where if he didn't have these 2 years, if things didn't turn around, how much would that have impacted him on this list? He might not be top 5, but because he had these 2 years, to your point, Keegan Murray, Malik Monk, these 2 years and the success they had gives them a real big boost in the standings.
What about Kenny Smith?
I
have him on my list, but he's one.
He wasn't here long enough.
When I look at it, like, am I sure about this? He's one of the names where I have to circle back to and
got to do some research.
Yeah, I got to do some research. Yeah, I got to look up Kenny Smith because on just this first thought, I'm saying yes, but then let me go back. 2.5 seasons.
What about Bogey? I got him on my list.
He don't crack my top 40. I tell you that.
Let me ask, how about Bogey versus Buddy? Who's higher on your list?
I have them both on my list. Higher? Boy, I know he's not popular, but
I would think Buddy would have to be, right? That's what I was that's what I was thinking too. Man, this is going to be fun though. This is going to be fun.
Speaking of lists, what do you think of this? Tom Brady is making the rounds because he's going to be on Fox and who knows what else he's doing. So somebody asked him to look at the Olympic basketball team and make a football team out of it. So Tom Brady says, I got LeBron at receiver. I think I can utilize him better. He's got more downfield speed. He says, I think Ant's my running back. I need one more receiver. I'm taking D Book. He's got Anthony Edwards as I said, as a running back. Let's see. LeBron receiver. I put Anthony Davis at tight end, Joel Embiid and Anthony Davis at tight end. And I'm putting Jason Tatum as my quarterback.
Really?
Tom Brady. Yeah.
Is that because a Boston guy, or did he have a reasoning?
He didn't get into any. Yeah. He just said, like LeBron, he's really fast, but he said, yeah, that's a squad. He said that's
Tatum as the quarterback.
Yeah.
I'd say maybe receiver I could see, but quarterback? Like for me, quarterback would be like maybe LeBron, maybe Steph. I don't know what Tatum's redeeming football quality would be.
What would you put Durant?
Ooh, he'd have to be a receiver, right?
Yeah.
He'd have to be
Julio Jones type.
Yeah, Julio Jones, Randy Moss type, just run the go route every time. Just run the go route. We'll
Kyle
lob it up.
Shanahan's team, he's going, Derek White's my quarterback. Right?
Team player.
Yeah.
Stick to the game plan. Right?
Hand it off to Ant. Go
Coach's
to
dream.
LeBron.
Yeah. That's awesome.
When we come right back, Mike Bibby is going to
Yeah.
join us. He's on a new podcast.
Yes. I can't wait. I listened to the first episode yesterday, too, and it was great.
How high is Mike going to end up on our list, too? I wonder. Top 10 easy. Top 10
easy. Okay.
Mike Bibby joins us next on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. And Chad, I got to admit, there is a buzz going on around the dealership.
That's because we have huge savings up to $14,000 off MSRP on hard-to-find new 2024 Ram Heavy Duties. And with over 400 new Ram trucks available, there's no other way to describe it except Hoblet's Ramapalooza.
Okay, well, what's this brand new Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Super Center I keep hearing about?
We are super excited to celebrate the grand opening of the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Super Center. We have over 200 used cars available and over 80 under 20,000. Whatever type of car you need, Hoblet can help.
You've got to see the new Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Super Center for yourself. Check out their full inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
14,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 Laramies after 8,000 Hoblet dealer discount and 6,000 factory rebates. Rebates may include 3,000 in Hoblet Select coupons. Hoblet trade-in assistance up to $2,000. Rebate for eligible trade-ins. All coupons available while supplies last. 5 of this net savings. See dealer for details.
Hey, listen up. Get ready for an incredible lineup of live music and events with the Sactown Sports live events calendar. First off, it's Michael Franti at the Backyard in Sacramento on August 23rd. And Soulfest 24 Live will be at Thunder Valley August 24th. Then take a trip back in time with 80s Rewind at Thunder Valley on September 1st. September 4th, it's Montgomery Gentry bringing their rockin' country to the Crest Theater. Then Train and REO Speedwagon will be at the Toyota Amphitheater on September 6th. And the Doobie Brothers are appearing there on September 10th. Also on September 6th, check out live music at Crawdads on the Lake with Jared Neiman. And you don't want to miss the Lodi Grape Festival, September 12th to the 15th, featuring Joe Nichols and Smash Mouth. And you'll laugh out loud with George Lopez at Hard Rock Live Sacramento, September 21st. And looking ahead, it's Bad Religion at Hard Rock Live Sacramento on October 19th. And that's your Sactown Sports live events calendar, keeping you up to date on the hottest live shows in town.
Bing Maloney Golf Course is 27 holes of high-flying public fun, and Bing Maloney is a classic design for golfers of all abilities. Bing Maloney's lighted driving range is a great place to learn and practice this summer under the covered hitting stations. The range also offers a practice putting green and outdoor furniture to relax with friends. Enjoy tasty beverages or comfort food from Maloney's Grill. The Association of Golf Merchandisers has named Bing Maloney a top 100 golf shop. For tee times, visit bingmaloney.com. It's Sacramento Golf's great value course.
At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, we make the dream of owning a new car easy and stress-free.
With prices that you just can't say no to. Save on our best selection of the year during the final days of the Honda Summer Event.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number 1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company. Sell on report.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sactown Sports.
Station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
It's, of course, the NBA schedule release day, and what better way to observe this special day than with a Kings legend? What do we got, Drapes?
Got our guy, Mike Bibby. At number 10 should be retired someday, Sacramento. Hey, I'm sorry, Mike. It ain't going to be today, big fella, but appreciate you coming on, man. Co-host of the Straight Game Pod, our guy, Kings legend, Mike Bibby. Thanks for jumping on with us. Schedule release day, Mike. When you were a player, did you look forward to the schedule coming out? How much, did you get excited about that?
The thing I look forward to, Drapes, I look forward to what games I'll be going home back to Phoenix, and the other ones will be, the TV games we had, and we'll be playing on Christmas. Those are usually things that people look out for. Get to go home, and I was in the West Coast, so I got 2 games to go back to Phoenix. So I was happy with that.
Mike, I know you guys, when you were so successful, you were on TV all the time. So when you'd have the big nationally televised games, especially if it's on a holiday, was it special? Like, yeah, that's great. Or was it, we'd rather be with the families on the holidays?
I mean, you always want to be with the family, but I mean, that comes with the job. You have to, there's sacrifices you have to make. And so you always want to be home, but I mean, it's always good to play. It was great to play on Christmas Day.
Our guy, Mike Bibby, joining us here on The Drive. Guys, Mike, I don't know if we've chatted with you since the Kings got DeMar DeRozan. What do you think about that addition, and how can he help the squad?
I think that's a great pickup. He's a solidified player. He's wearing the number 10, so you got to give him plus for that. I just seen the other day. So I talked to him the other day, just told him, just take care of that number, So he said he knows. I know he will. So, I think it's a great pickup. I think it'll take pressure off Fox and Sabonis. It brings an extra score in. The only thing I'm worried about is somebody's going to have to fall back, and it's going to be a thing to see who that guy's going to be. You never know until it happens.
How important is it, Mike, to have a guy who can get to the foul line and make free throws? Both of those things were a problem for him last year. He's excellent at both. How big is that going to be?
It's going to be really big. Like I said, he's going to take the pressure off a lot of guys in that team, with the scoring. He's a 20-plus point scorer, for his career probably. I didn't look at the stats, but, he's going to get you buckets. He's going to be another guy that the defense is going to have to key on. And it's going to be a problem for teams with all those guys out there, Monk, Fox, Sabonis, DeMar, and it's going to be hard for guys to defend them. Mm-hmm. Put it that way.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Mike Bibby joining us. Mike, when you played, and we've talked, about this from time to time, sure, you had Rick Adelman, a great coach, but it seemed like the players policed themselves, motivated themselves as well. How key is that in a locker room, and could DeMar, provide some of that veteran leadership in that locker room?
I think he will, but it's hard coming off a trade because there's captains on the team already. I think he's the type of guy that's going to fit in easily. He's going to, like I said, he's going to take the pressure off those guys that are there already. And I think the biggest thing that they have to do is figure out, like I said, who's going to be the guy to fall back, because it has to be somebody. Because are you going to turn Keegan into just a defensive player because you're going to have Monk, Fox? You have all these guys scoring. You have to figure it out when you get there and just see what roles we placed on those other guys, because he's going to be taking a spot.
Mike Bibby is with us. Mike, we've been talking a lot the last couple of days about 40 years of Kings history, because they're coming up on their 40th season, and we're going to pick the 40 greatest Kings, and obviously you'll be very high on that list. Could you tell us, this is kind of personal, but, Jay Will was so popular. He gets traded. You came in, and you are, a legend here, but what was that like to come in initially? Obviously, you had pedigree, you were a high draft pick, but coming in and replacing a guy who in a short time had become such a fan favorite.
That was one of my biggest worries. That's what made it so easily for me to get, acquainted with the team and being able to play. I felt like the team took me in right away. That's what made it the easiest thing. But when I got out there on the court, the fans also took care of me as well, because that was my biggest worry. Like, how are the fans going to think? How's the team going to, adapt to me? Me and Jason, two different types of players. And, they made the team and the fans made it so easy for me that I felt comfortable the first day I was there.
That's good stuff from Mike Bibby. Mike, I'm listening to you talking as we discuss, this top 40 Sacramento Kings ever. Do you think, when you look at, your era here in Sacramento, do you think any of your guys' teammates had to sacrifice their own individual stats to fit in with the team? And how should that be factored into our discussion about greatest Kings ever?
Everybody had to. Even when I was there, that was the biggest thing. That's what made it so good. Everybody put the numbers aside. We knew Webb was going to be the alpha dog. Webb was going to get his, 28 and 12, 26 and 12. And everybody else just fell in the line. It was going to be Doug's night some nights. It was going to be Vladdy's, mine, Page's. And that's what made it so good, able to adapt to that. But I don't think I don't know if that make a difference when it comes to the top 40, but you can it depends on who's putting that list out. But a lot of guys on our team, I think, should be on that list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How much fun was it, and how much easier did it make your job to play with Webb and Vlade, two great players, but they were such great passers? How much easier did that make your job?
I had to adapt to that. The first day I was at practice, back then you played inside out. Mm-hmm. So, we had two great players, and Sharif Abdul-Rahim and Country Reeves. So our thing was to throw it in the post, and maybe it come back out to you, they don't find a shot that they like, or they get double teamed and might swing around to you. Being there, my first day of practice, I hit the post. I hit either Vlade or Webb, one of the guys. And I cut through, and as I'm running through to, what I'm used to, going to the other side of the court, I ducked because the ball almost hits me in the head. And, Coach Correa, rest in peace, he pulls me aside and says, "Mike, you better be ready. These guys pass the ball here. They're gonna hit you in your face." And so then I knew, okay, I got to play basketball now. It was the best. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to come here too. Come to Sacramento, because of the style of play that they had.
Hey, Mike, I know you co-host the Straight Game Pod, and we'll talk about that coming up here in a second. I listened to the first episode yesterday. One of the things you guys discussed was Team USA basketball. The team went on to win the gold medal, but it seems like the world is catching up, my friend. I know you had an opportunity to be on an Olympics team in the early 2000s, 2004, if I'm correct. Just tell me about, watching Team USA get it done, or should we be fearful of 2028 that, we might not be the favorites or be able to get it done then?
No, I mean, I think we'll always be the favorites. You know, you got the best players in the world here. You know, I mean, some of the guys you get guys, but there's certain roles that guys have to play that USA players aren't used to playing. You know, you have 12 people on this. I think it's 12 people on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's going to have to fall back, and all our players are superstars. So they're not used to that role. You know, in every NBA game, the ball's in their hands at the end of the game. Mm-hmm. Here, you have 12 players that the ball could be in their hands. So, like, are you going to be able to have that conscious mind of, okay, I'm going to play the role. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to be the fourth option on the team. And like I say, everybody's giving Devin Booker that credit because Devin Booker played that role to a T. He went out there, you know, he's having 4 or 5 shots a game. He probably hasn't hit more than 4 or 5 shots a game probably since his elementary days. But when he came in and played that role, that's why he was in the game so much. You got to get guys that are going to be able to take that role on and be able to, you know what, I'm going to sit back and let these guys, the superstar guys, play their game.
Mike Bibby is with us. I know Drapes mentioned your straight game pod. There was a disagreement there. Just said we had a disagreement on our show about Jason Tatum, right? You had a split decision on whether he should have been playing. I think the coach on the panel says, "Oh yeah, the coach has got to do what he's got to do." But it seemed like you and was it
Eddie House?
Eddie House,
yes,
definitely felt like
you got to remember. Eddie House bleeds green, so Eddie's going to fight. Eddie's going to fight for his Boston Celtics. But I think Tatum is, you know, I mean, in my mind, I think Tatum should have been out there. But like I said, you got 12 guys out there that are the best in the world, like best in the NBA. So, I mean, it's a decision on what the coach is going to make. I mean, I don't know how the decision went, if he talked to him before or during, this is how it's going to go. I wasn't in the locker room. So if it was a thing of he didn't know that he was not going to play, that's messed up because he is, I think, you know, he's been all NBA first team, I think, for 3 years in a row. So, I mean, that's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow if you're in that situation. So, I mean, it just depends how it went down, if it's wrong or right.
Yeah, Eddie was hot, wasn't he? Eddie was very upset about it.
That's one thing Eddie could do. Eddie could argue. He's never had a loss for words. You have to worry about that, especially when it comes to Boston.
Mike Bibby joining us here, co-host of the Straight Game Pod. And Mike, tell us about the podcast and what made you get into that space.
I mean, it all came into fruition like. It was crazy because I did Matt Barnes and Steve Jackson's podcast, and you know Ty Ellis, a great friend of mine, one of the guys that's really helped me, you know, with my coaching stuff. He used to be a head coach for the Sactown Kings, and one day I did the story, and he just like, "Hey Mike, ask them if they would take on other podcasts with them." So I asked him, like, "Yeah, that's what we're looking for." And then so I was like, okay, we're going to start to work on it. And then Eddie House calls me the next day, not knowing we were about to start one, and says, hey, we should start a podcast. I said, me and Ty, we just started one. We're going to bring you on. So, I mean, we've been working on this for like 6 to 8 months now. So, wow. You know, I mean, it's a process. And, you know, we're finally getting started. We're finally getting out there. So it's on Twitter. It's on YouTube. It's on Instagram. It's on TikTok under Straight Game Pod. So everybody go out there, look for it, subscribe, do what you got to do.
Hey, Mike, get back to DeRozan. One of the things that he has developed a reputation for is helping young players when they come into the league. When you came into the league, I know you were with Vancouver, but who are some of the veterans that you'd say, looking back, that really helped you to learn what being an NBA player was all about?
It wasn't, I mean, it was kind of rough for me because a lot of the guys in Vancouver, it was like an expansion. It was an expansion team. So
yeah,
there wasn't a lot of big name guys. There was veterans, but it was a lot of people, a lot of the guys that really the teams didn't want. So me coming in, they told me, man, I forget what the guy's name, the point guard, there was a point guard there that was starting, but he had broken his hand in training camp. Because they said they were going to bring me along slow or whatever. And I didn't want to be brought along slow. So there was, I mean, so he got hurt. So I ended up starting. I started the whole time I was there, but it was like no one really. I had to kind of go off my own. You know, the superstars on our team were Country Reeves at 22 years old, 23 years old, and Sharif Abdurrahim at 20, 21.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So those are our superstars going into a team that didn't get a lot of wins. Like I said, I've won more games in Sacramento my first year than I did in 3 in Vancouver. So, I mean, it was a tough learning lesson for me, and I just, just learned to take the lumps, and getting to Sacramento kind of turned everything around for me.
I'm looking at that team you're talking. Was it Lee Mayberry at the time, or somebody else?
Yeah, it was Lee.
Yeah,
it was Lee Mayberry. It was. He had broken his hand right at the start of training camp.
Yep.
So they kind of threw me in there. So
yeah, he wound up only playing 9 games. It's ridiculous too, Mike, when you think about it, that they would even ask you to come along slowly as the number 2 overall pick. It's like that wouldn't happen in today's day and age. If you're the number 1, 2, 3, 4 overall pick, you coming in starting. You ain't coming in to learn slowly or anything like that. You're coming in to be the franchise player.
And then that's what I expected to do. That never came to my mind. That's what they told me after the fact. I didn't think it would happen anyway, just from the way I compete and stuff like that, and how hard-nosed I am and I'm ready to go, that I wouldn't let that happen anyway. So I worked so hard that he was going to have to do a lot to beat me out.
Hey, Mike, I know when you were here again, we all know the team was excellent. You came to a team that was already very good, but you guys made some additions. Jeff Petrie would go out and get some very good players. Brad Miller came in. With DeRozan joining the Kings, my question is, what is it like when you're on a team and your front office is aggressive that way, bringing in guys that are super talented? What does that do for the morale on the team when you're bringing in guys like DeMar DeRozan?
Bringing a guy like that, like I said, son, I think they want to be one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the West to beat, bringing him in. It just brings a dynamic score. Like I said, it's going to open up so much things for everybody else just from him being there. You never know if his numbers will go down, but, I think he's willing to take that sacrifice because he's going to cause a lot of attention defensively to where those shots that, were harder for Monk and for Fox and Keegan, that's going to open up for them. It's going to be a lot easier. He's going to make the game easier for them, for sure.
Mike Bibby joining us, Sacramento Kings legend. Mike, as I look back at your career, I'm looking at all the great players you played with, whether it was C-Webb, Abdur-Rahim, Joe Johnson, LeBron even, Carmelo. Could you have imagined, I guess, when you played with that Miami Heat team back in 2010 and 11, that 12 years later, 13 years later, LeBron would still be playing? I mean, take me behind the scenes back then, man.
He played his first ever game against us. So I remember they had me guarding him. That was my defense assignment. So they had a pretty good team. They had him, Ricky Davis.
Yeah.
That was the thing. My defense was never really my strength, but he was young, coming in out of high school. They was putting on him to where he tried to see what he could do, and he came out and had a great game too. And that just started his whole career. But I never thought he'd still be playing. He's going in the year 22, still looking like a young kid. Averaging 20-some points a game. It's unheard of.
Hey, Mike, peek behind the scenes, if you'd allow us one. When you guys had you and Vlade and Peja would kind of run, I think you guys might have called it corner. It was like the scissors play where you throw it in and then you go down and screen for Peja. And you guys had so much success with that play. Can you tell us about when you first put it in and how easy it was for you, why that play worked so well?
I think I'm not sure if it was there before I got there, but there's the Princeton offense. You just make cuts. That's why I think it was so hard to prepare for us, because 95% of the time we didn't know what we were going to do. So if we didn't know what we were going to do, you guys wouldn't know what we were going to do. And it was just a lot of splits. Make reads, and you got to make a decision. You got me, Paige, you got me, Doug, you got me, Bobby. Wherever you got, whatever 2 players you put in there, it's going to be hard because all of us could shoot. We could get to the basket. We could make plays. But you had to kind of pick your poison.
Mike Bibby joining us. Hey, Mike, back to the podcast. Give me a preview. What's coming up, man? What can we expect from it? Yeah, I know how you are. I know how Eddie House is. That first episode was great. A lot of stories, would you say? Like, what can we expect from it?
We're doing kind of both. You know, we got shows where we do just us talking, reminiscing, doing stories, and we also got, you know, we got Baron Davis on there, we got Jamal Crawford, we got Fat Joe. I mean, so it's going all over the spectrum. So it's gonna be something that you guys should definitely look out for.
Okay, looking out for it. You know, Mike, I was going to ask you about who's the greatest of all time, who's the GOAT. I know you played with LeBron, but then I remember you're a Jordan athlete. So should I even ask you that question? Who's the GOAT?
Because Kyle, you know my answer on that, Kyle. You know what I'm doing.
No, I need you to put it on record, big fella. You got to state your case.
I've always said Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's the greatest of all time.
And I'll tell you what, quick story about Mike Bibby. You know, obviously he joined the NBC crew this past season. And, you know, I had known Mike. We know each other, but we weren't that close. And, you know, I get a call from our boy Cassine. He's like, yo, I need your shoe size. I'm like, what you need my shoe size for? What you going to get me some Pro Keds or something like that? Because I knew Cassine didn't have that kind of juice. And then I show up, you know, right before Christmas and a pair of Jordans from my guy Mike Bibby there. And so appreciate that, man. Appreciate that.
No, right. I was trying to take care. That's my way of showing I love and I care. I like to get people shoes and get people gifts. So.
But you don't show much love on the golf course, do you, Bibbs?
Oh, hey, I ain't even. Hey. This guy, the biggest cheater out there. How he gonna keep my score better than his score? Like he no Drapes. You know, there was 1, 2 behind the bush, 3, 4, and I'm like, dog. He keeps your score closer than he keeps his own score.
I'm keeping everybody's score because you're not gonna come to the thing because we keep score. You know, I keep every scorecard. You're not going to come and tell me, oh, I beat you when you're taking a stroke off each hole. You get 18 strokes.
I don't get mulligans? I can't get no mulligan?
No. Maybe off the tee since we don't warm up, but after that, nope. Nothing nice out there.
Well, good luck with the pod.
I was about to beat him. I started to come back. He was beating me after 11. So as soon as I started to come back, he looked at his watch like, I got to go to the meeting in a little bit. I won't be able to finish the whole thing.
I had to do this damn radio show. I had to do the radio show, man.
I said, Drake, you can't come out here and play until you're about to lose and then just jet.
That doesn't count.
I was up like 7 with like 3, 4 holes left to go. Like, come on, man.
I got the scorecard, Grace. I'll bring it when I come back out there.
Right. That was in like May, April or something, March. He still got it. Man, appreciate it, man. That's good stuff,
Thank
Mike.
you, Mike. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good luck with the pod, the Straight Game podcast. How do you respond to these charges?
What, the golf?
Yeah.
No, I had him beat. Like, I was up by 7.
Said you cheat.
No, I don't cheat. I mean, I may use a foot wedge here or there or something like that, you know, maybe a mulligan here or there. But the problem with playing with Mike, and you can tell he's a competitor, a former athlete, it's like he's watching you more than he's watching me, you know, himself. I mean, like he's worried about, oh, I saw you move that Drapes. I was like, I got relief, right, from the root from the tree. He's like, nope, you got to play it. And so it's
point guard, baby.
It's
everything.
Agonizing playing with him. You know how it is, too, fellas. Golf's supposed to be a nice, friendly game. Yeah. Supposed to enjoy life, no pressure. You play with that guy, man, it's on from the opening tee. But it's fun. We're going to do it again. We're going to get it together again.
When we come back, we'll take a look at some really surprising numbers on the new schedule, especially the new TV schedule when the Drive Guys roll on Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sactown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for three, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town.
What was I thinking? I'm getting drunk.
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
When your game goes bad, getting back to basics is the quickest way to get on track. Many problems can be traced to forgetting the first lessons a good golf instructor covers: grip, alignment, and posture. If you're not holding the club properly, if you're not aligned to the target, and if you're not in an athletic posture, when you take the club back, you'll have to manipulate it somehow to get it back square to the target. That's when bad things happen. When I find myself leaving shots out to the right, I check my grip on the club. I check to see that I'm holding the club lightly in my fingers and that my hands are close together. Check to see that the V's formed by my thumbs and forefingers point to my right shoulder. Take a practice swing and feel as though the hands are working together and turning over naturally through the impact area. Bad alignment makes a good shot go astray, and bad posture makes it difficult to generate club head speed. If you're having similar problems, a brush up with a PGA professional will get you going again. For Golf to Go, I'm Frank LaRosa.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers. And if you've even thought of replacing your old, outdated, inefficient windows, now is the time to take action.
Right now at Bell Brothers, when you buy one window, you'll get the second one for 30% off. That's right. Buy one, get the second one 30% off.
That's real savings, up to $6,000. You have to buy at least 4 windows to qualify, and you can't mix windows and doors. But beyond that, every second window is 30% off.
For example, when you buy 10 windows, you will get 5 windows at 30% off. We also have 0% interest financing available for qualified buyers. Call for details.
To take advantage of our buy one, get one 30% off sale, call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Limited time. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real. And I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Experience a golf tournament as refined as you are. The Pro Court Championship at Silverado Resort, September 12th through the 15th. Be there as the best of Napa meets the best of the PGA Tour. With world-class wine experiences, breathtaking views, and incredible golf. It's like this weekend was made for you. The Pro Court Championship, September 12th through the 15th. For tickets, go to ProCourtChampionship.com.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Drapes, I'm glad you were able to kid Mike Bibby about number 10 being worn by DeRozan. He was able to laugh about it because, it was shortly after he announced that he thought his number should be retired that we found out DeRozan was going to be wearing 10. So I'm glad he can laugh about it.
Yeah, it was like a day or two later, right?
Yeah.
It was like Sabonis had renounced the 10, and then Bibby was asked about it, and then sure enough, 3 days later, DeMar DeRozan holding up the number 10. And so he'll have to wait a little bit.
Now, you were talking to Mike Bibby about shoes because he gave you some nice shoes.
Yeah, nice Jordans. Yeah.
Did you hear what George Kittle had to say about the reporters
I did
yesterday?
not hear it. What did he
George
say?
Kittle yesterday at practice, and I guess he gets a little irritated with reporters always criticizing the players for this or that. So he took a shot at the reporters as far as what it is they choose to wear on their feet.
And so you guys are out there at every practice. You guys watch us all the time, but there's a special teams period where I catch some footballs and I like to observe you guys. And you guys really need to up your sneaker game. It's absolutely atrocious. I got some Vomeros. Those are fire. And Grant wears Vans every single day. New Balances. They look like Vans. Yeah, those are Vans. It's okay. But you wear those every day, so I need to switch those up. But I observe all your guys' shoes, and I am disappointed in you guys as a community. So if we could up those, please. It's year 8, guys. Let's figure this out together. Okay, now it's all you guys.
George Kittle. So one of my first thoughts when I heard that was, I hope he's not talking about a meal.
Was he?
I don't know.
Might he been?
He's one of the long lists.
All right, yeah.
He's on
I'm
one
sure.
of the long lists.
See, but George Kittle got to understand. Everybody don't have shoe deals and stuff like that. People paying their hard-earned money. Ain't nobody on a multi-million-dollar contract like that.
Come on, Drake.
Come
don't
on,
do that.
Jay.
Don't do
Come
that,
on
Drake.
now.
It's easy to
Sneakers are
stay fresh,
expensive,
cheaper
isn't it?
nowadays.
Where you go then,
It
Jay?
is,
Where
man.
you getting
I'm
the
not
hook
going to
up?
give you all those game plans like that. Come on, man.
George Kittle made more just sitting there talking to reporters than most of those guys make for covering him for a whole season.
Very true. But I will say this, most of the 49er beat reporters, they've been in their position for easy 10, 15, 20 years. Like Mayoko, Barrows, Inman, Branch, Grant Cohn's been there. You know, like a lot of those Jennifer Lee Chan. Like there's a bunch of people who cover the 49ers who've been in their position for a while. You can't tell me some of these people ain't clearing good money in the Bay Area now. I ain't counting nobody pockets. I'm just saying.
They got kids to put through school and everything.
Come on, man. You stay fresh and you do the same thing, right?
Yeah, but
so stop making excuses for this.
You know where I go sometimes. So I got a couple of spots in San Francisco.
Yep.
I hit up and
you get to go to the Nike store every year, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Go to the Nike store in Portland. Yep. Get dripped out with there. I even go to the Nike clearance store right around the corner from us.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can catch one, catch a little
Nike
something.
store in San Francisco.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But that's not a good one, actually. That Nike store, it's okay. But the problem with the Nike stores is that you don't get the what's the word I'm looking for, Jay? The
discount?
Not that
I mean,
too.
like the quick releases.
Yeah, like the newest releases or the ones you got to wait in line for. You know what I mean?
Short
the colorways
release.
and all this. You get the basic ones.
Yeah,
that everybody can pick up.
The ones that the 49er beat reporters are wearing.
Right, exactly. Crazy thing about the shoe game, I didn't know New Balance was now all of a sudden hot.
They back.
Yeah, they back. New Balance
with
is
the
hot.
youngsters.
Yeah, over the last year or so. I go to a store. They're like, "Yo, if you don't like these Nikes, check out these New." And I'm like, "New Balance?
Huh?
Yeah."
Well, let me ask you guys: has Joel Embiid put Skechers on the map now?
Never happened. Nah, Skechers. Nah. Nah, those are orthotic shoes. Nah, that's
Joe Montana.
Right.
You need the shoehorn to put it in here. Like, not even a shot. Man.
But you don't have to tie
Tony
them,
Romo.
They slip right on.
Yeah, that's fine. Those are boat shoes.
Let me ask you guys this, because I'm making a major faux pas right now. I'm doing something that is blasphemous right now. I won't tell you what it is, but you'll be able to understand it. Can you have Nike shoes with Adidas socks or Puma socks?
No.
Oh, I do that all the
time. No,
I didn't
you
think
cannot.
I do that a lot.
I got it right now.
You cannot.
I got it.
No, you cannot.
Dude, it's laundry day, bro. I can't
got
find the Nike socks.
What do you say that? Because I had Puma socks today, and I said, no, I can't wear those.
Did you think that?
I did.
Really?
I thought no one's going to notice, but I thought those guys, they probably would notice.
You know what? I push them all the way down. I bunch them up so you can't see. I'm doing it right now, Jay. That's
real quick, fellas. And are you the type of person when it comes to shoes? And I think Drapes is probably a little more of this. Whitey, are you the type of guy that has 10, 12, 15, 20 pair of athletic shoes in your closet?
Many,
no, you're not that guy.
A lot, but not quite that many.
I said something on this air maybe a couple years ago. I'm a reformed shoe guy. Like, I'm coming up, I was in the golden era. I always say I was in the golden age of shoes. Okay. Like most people who are someone in the shoe game came around when I was a child and through my teenager years and all that. The Kobe's, the pennies, like most of these shoes that Nike are retroing, Barclays, all these different ones, Air Maxes, up tempos, they all came through when I was a child, right? And so I say that to say, are you the type of guy, like, I always argue my daughter, like, I think Jordan 37, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. 37 came out this year. I have to triple check, but you ain't see Jordan play.
Right.
And you're asking me for the Wolf Gray 1s and the 3s and the 5s. And I'm like, you didn't even see that.
Right.
You're not even asking me for the 17s in the briefcase or, nothing like that. You should be looking for the 28s.
Yeah.
Are you that type of guy? Like, are you like, you can't wear no pennies. You can't wear no phone pods.
No, I never actually thought of that.
Really?
I never did. Yeah.
One thing I've thought about, you're going way, way, way back before all that, and the Converse, were they Chuck Taylors, right?
Yeah.
I still don't know who Chuck Taylor was.
Who is Chuck Taylor?
I don't know.
Tennis player or no?
I don't know.
No, that's Stan Smith. I don't know who Chuck Taylor is.
That's Adidas, there, brother.
Yeah, how did he get his shoe? I mean, one of the, seminal athletic shoes named after him. I don't know who he was.
Chuck Taylor. So we got to look that up.
You know what you're talking about, right? Oh, yeah, Chuck Taylor.
Chuck Taylor.
Who was he?
Who's Chuck Taylor?
I
yeah,
don't know. Thank you to Kyle Draper for sending this along. Maybe you've seen this. This is interesting. Number of national TV games for the upcoming season by team. Atlanta 8, Boston 34, Brooklyn 5, Charlotte 7, Bulls 5, Cleveland 16, Dallas 30, Denver 29, Detroit 4, Golden State 36, Rockets 11, Pacers 14, Clippers 21, Lakers 39.
39. Jeez.
Roughly half their schedule. Memphis 17, Miami 13, Bucks 27, Minnesota 25, Pels 13, Knicks 34, OKC 25, Orlando 9, Philadelphia 27. Man, 39 times.
That's the most out of any team, right? Yeah.
Haven't the Warriors been the team that
the
last 2 years are usually on more?
Yeah, and Warriors second, though, with 36.
Boston 34.
Knicks 34, yeah.
And then where are the Mavs? Are way up there, too?
30. Man, that's blasphemous. I looked at this, and I understand it. LeBron, Steph, I get it. What I don't get is, and I'm not complaining. Sacramento got 12 total. Phoenix, 30. The Pelicans, 13. The Pelicans have more than us, Whitey. How about this team right here?
You wanted to be under the radar.
A team like, no offense, the Houston Rockets with 11. So are we in the same category as Houston? Is that our tier? When you do the Western Conference tiers, is it Lakers, Warriors, everybody else, and then us in Houston? How about San Antonio? 21, the Wemby factor, if you will. That's a little, even the Clippers got 21. How the Clippers got 21?
New arena is worth maybe 3. I don't know. I'll tell you what, you look at these teams at the lower end, Brooklyn 5, Chicago 5, Detroit 4, Charlotte 7. You know why they have 7? Because of Jay's guy.
Yep.
LaMelo Ball.
Yeah. LaMelo.
He's worth 2 extra nationally televised games.
Better believe it. Yeah, that's interesting, man. And I'm looking at the Western Conference list. Which teams in the West have fewer than us? Utah, Portland, Houston, I said.
What's Portland at? 5, 6?
Portland's at 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's it in Houston.
And most of those, because you have to have one TNT or ESPN, right? So then the rest of them probably NBA TV games for those
How
guys,
about
right?
this, fellas? In terms of we're the 11th most marketed Western Conference team, basically. There are only 3 teams on fewer than us in the Western Conference. Utah, I mentioned. Portland, also. And then Houston. Everybody else. Memphis, 17 even.
Kings are going to be the team that adds the most games once they start flexing, more than any other team.
Think so?
That's my prediction. What do you think? You don't like it?
No, I'm with you. I was just trying to. Is it ESPN, NBA TV? I don't know how they do that. TNT. So I wanted to look at the schedule and be like, maybe these Tuesday games. Like why can't Tuesday against Milwaukee be a game? That's a monster matchup. How about when we play the Celtics January 10th in Boston? That should be an ESPN kind of game.
I don't know how much Kings fans or the organization really cares about a bigger national profile, but this just speaks to how difficult it is. Because, last year, all the TV games. And then you have one year that wasn't horrible, was a little underwhelming.
Right,
and
right.
Then,
and then we nosedive down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little lack of respect, if you will, for the Sacramento Kings. But like we said yesterday, go out there and earn your respect. I don't care what the national media says or national TV. We know what we have. Go out there and earn it.
When we come back, we're going to talk to the CEO of the Football Scientist, fantasy football analyst for The Athletic, Casey Joyner. Maybe he knows what's going to happen with Brandon Aiyuk. And I can't wait to find out who his pick for surprise team of the year is. That's coming up. Casey Joyner joining us for some NFL talk with the Drive Guys next on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Clear skies overnight tonight with light winds. We'll see temperatures dropping off into the low 60s by Friday morning, and then plenty of sunshine with temperatures in the mid-90s by Friday afternoon. Get the latest forecasts on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for special offers right now. I'm Coach Doug Christie urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia and save big on your next new or certified pre-owned vehicle right now. Visit FolsomLakeKia.com.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Welcome to the Tap House Restaurant at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course. With an array of local craft brews from a selection of 20 taps, the Tap House menu boasts freshly made sandwiches, crisp salads, and a variety of specialty entrees. The Tap House is the perfect place for a round after your round at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course, especially during happy hour from 3 to 6 daily. Drop by the Tap House Restaurant for scenic views, exquisite food, and a hearty welcome. The Tap House at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course.
Hey, thrill-seeking movie fans. It's time to get your tickets to see Alien Romulus, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
Whatever comes, we'll face it together.
Let's go. Experience the most terrifying life form in the universe on the largest screen in Sacramento. Don't miss opening weekend of Alien Romulus in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
I don't know if it was a giant step, but the Giants took a step in the right direction today with a big win over the Braves, snapping that losing streak. And Kyle Draper's A's winning again today over the Mets.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
One of the hottest teams in baseball right now.
With the Drive Guys turning our attention back to the National Football League. Nice enough to join us, CEO of the Football Scientist, fantasy football analyst for The Athletic, Casey Joyner, with us. Casey, thanks so much for your time. You know, we've been talking about Brandon Aiyuk. Let me just ask you, where do you think he ends up? And with which team, the 49ers or the Steelers, is he the more desirable fantasy option?
He's the more desirable fantasy option with the 49ers because he's got a better play caller. I love Arthur Schmidt as a play caller, but I want him as a play caller if I'm going to run the football. If I'm a running back, that's what I want there. I still think he's going to be with the Niners because, I mean, this is a Super Bowl year for them. This is one of the favorites. And if you trade him away and you've got that downgraded receiver, it just harms your chances. I think they find a way to make it work, and he stays there.
AKC Kyle Draper here. Yeah, you like that, right? All signs point to, Aiyuk, you should stay here in San Francisco. Casey, I'm looking at some of your work there with The Athletic, some of the things you wrote about. As we get ready for the fantasy football season and the drafts coming up, give me some, overvalued players, some big-name players that might not pan out this season.
Guys to avoid?
Guys to avoid, some of them big-name guys.
The thing is, when I talk about guys to avoid, it's the guys to avoid at their current draft position. In other words, look, if a player falls, well below where you're supposed to, like if you found Patrick Mahomes in round 5, you never would. But if you did, of course you'd still draft him. But guys who I don't like as much, I don't like C.J. Stroud. He's going in rounds 4 or 5. I think he should be in round 6 because he had an outlier year in some downfield metrics, and I don't think when you ever see an outlier year, something that's really big, numbers are really huge, they tend to drop back down to normal, and I think that'll happen. And Stephon Diggs, supposed to be a great addition. He was 67th in PPR points per game on passes thrown at the vertical level. That's 11 or more yards downfield. I don't think he's as big of an upgrade for them on downfield passes as people think. So I think Stroud's still a good starter. I'm just not paying a 4th-round pick for him.
Casey Joyner with us, CEO of the Football Scientist. How about guys that, in your view, underperformed last year, Casey, and are due to have bounce-back years this year that we need to keep an eye
on? Some bounce-back candidates would be, I think Bijan Robinson. I've had this ongoing conversation with a buddy of mine I'm in a fantasy league with, and I told him to pick Bijan last year, and he said, I got burned by that pick. It's like, well, yeah, but Bijan kind of got used as what I call a lead back, which is where you get most of the carries, but they were giving a bunch of carries to Tyler Algier. Bijan Robinson this year, they're talking about we're going to give him all the carries, we're going to give him any receptions. He's only going to be 4 or 5 players, running backs, who are going to get 300-plus touches in the season, and I think he could get 350 and lead the league in touches. And if he does that, where he's going in drafts, I think you could get him to be the number 1 overall pick. I can make an easy case for that. TMC's going 1. I can make a case for Bijan. If I'm catching him at 3 or 4, don't worry about last year like my buddy is. Don't worry about last year. Say, this is the guy you want to take as your top pick.
Hope you're taking notes on this, Kyle.
Yeah, I got, I'm in a couple of leagues here, and I'm trying to figure out, we have not had our draft position scheduled yet. But, Casey, I remember there was a day when, there used to be a run of running backs, if you will, at the top of draft boards. Is that still the case? Is running back still the most pressing, urgent need that a coach or a GM must go after early in a fantasy draft?
In most cases, that's what people are wanting to do now. The thing is, the running back position will probably take up 8 out of 12 positions of the fantasy league. And the thing is, I've got this rating system in my draft guide where players, if they're blue-rated players, that means they're elite players. Green-rated is a good starter. Blue-rated is an elite player. there's only 12 blue-rated running backs. So kind of you got to get in. If you could grab 2 in the round 1 and turn to round 2, you'd be in great shape. But you kind of got to get in there quick because they're going to falter off. And wide receivers, there are 16 blue-rated wide receivers. So there's 14 blue-rated wide receivers. You've just got more depth at wide receiver than you do at running back, and there's more quality depth in green-rated too, a lot more. So I think it's a matter of waiting for wide receivers. Tight ends, you just got the top 2. You've got Laporta and Kelsey, and that's really just drop off there. And quarterbacks, got 5 blue-rated quarterbacks. Don't mind getting any one of those 5, and then I got 7 green-rated quarterbacks. Like to get the one of the blue-rated. If you can't, just wait till as long as you can before you get one of those green-rated quarterbacks.
Casey, you go to the bookstore if you can still find one, and all the magazine, there's fantasy football guides, but they come out like 4th of July. So I don't know how useful they are. So tell me how and where I can get the Football Scientist Draft Guide.
My draft guide is available at thefootballscientist.com. I do update it throughout the preseason. I just sent out on Monday the updated charts. There's some charts. In fact, when you get my draft guide, you don't just get the draft guide, which has over 50,000 words, over 200 player write-ups, really deep dive stuff. But you also get these Excel charts to go along with it. And what most of my subscribers do is they'll take those charts, they'll either use them in during the draft, or they've got people who actually will like, okay, I'm going to change the rankings so this they can customize the rankings accordingly. So you go to thefootballscientist.com, you can get all of this, and so that's the score.
All right, Casey Joyner of The Athletic. Yeah, go out there and get it. Casey, let's talk about some of the Niners players. Where you got Brock Purdy on the quarterback rankings?
I got him 7th, and I was so tempted to rank him higher than that. He's the 2nd-rated green-rated quarterback. Thing is, he's fantastic if you look at him on a per-play basis. He's just phenomenal, and I think there's going to be, obviously, again, if you get elite numbers, you're going to kind of drop off from that on a per-play pace. But I'm like, wow, they're going to probably throw the ball more, especially if they keep Aiyuk. So it's like kind of a trade-off there. I could have easily made him a top 5 quarterback. I kind of just played it a little bit safe and said, okay, just make sure I keep him right around there. But man, if I'm getting him as a 7th-rated quarterback, I have zero problem having him as my starter. And plus, by the way, he's going. You can get him around 7 or 8 out of all those blue and green-rated starters. There's only like 2 guys in those blue and green quarterbacks who go later than him typically in drafts. I think he's incredibly undervalued.
Look, you could get Bijan Robinson and Brock Purdy easy already, and you're on your way.
On your way, right? That's your 1-2 combo there.
Casey Joyner with us. This may be a silly question, but we had a guy who used to work here, used to be our boss, great guy, Brian Gebhardt, and he's a big fantasy player, and he told us one time that he was in 12 fantasy leagues. I'm just wondering, what's the most leagues you've ever heard, Casey, of one guy being in, or maybe the most you've ever been in yourself?
Bob Harris or Mike Dempsey probably had to be in the most. They're in dozens of leagues. In fact, I'm in a fantasy league. I got to tell you about this. In fantasy league, these guys are football diehards, and actually Bob is a football guy now. But this is a league. It's 32 teams, and we have like 40 players on our teams. You're getting like the bottom rung. Like if you're thinking or 3rd string, 4th runner, no, you're getting 5th string running backs to back up and hope you're getting in there.
What kind of league is that? That doesn't sound fun now, Casey. What?
It is incredibly competitive. The thing is, you can take every player in the league can be on 2 teams because we've got 32 teams, and it's like tiered. You got to be in the upper tiers of the first 16 and the bottom tiers, lower 16 things. Oh, it's incredibly. It's an extremely difficult league. Mike Dempsey came up with it, and it is the most. It's like I made the playoffs in the league twice in 3 years, so I'm glad to do it. But it is you better put in your work in that league.
You have to have a PhD just to be able to know, did I win or not?
Right. That's unbelievable. Casey Joyner joining us of The Athletic, talking fantasy football. What are some of the new guys who have changed teams? Saquon Barkley, that might make some noise this fantasy season.
I'm big on the Saquon Barkley bandwagon. I've got him 4th on my overall list. Easily rated him higher. Here's the thing. Now, the Eagles made the Super Bowl a couple years ago because they went run heavy. And then last year, they just couldn't help themselves. They went pass heavy. And I think they said, you know what, we got to get Barkley. But I'll tell you what, getting Kellen Moore as the offensive coordinator, I did some run game breakdowns this past year. And everybody talks about McCarthy. Was like, yeah, he passes too much. He doesn't want the ball. Oh, my gosh, the in-game corrections he makes, he is a genius at in-game corrections as far as for the running game, as far as what figuring out weaknesses on defenses. I think they're going to use Barkley left and right. He'll be one of those 300-touch guys this season, and I just think I wouldn't surprise me if he ended up number 1 overall in scoring. But, again, he's going usually round 1, even round 2 you can get him. I think he's going to be one of the biggest utilized backs in the league.
One of my favorite moments from ever being in a fantasy draft, it was a baseball fantasy league, and with this guy's first pick, and this was like late 90s, this guy with his first pick, he goes, I'm taking Joe Randa. And we all go, Joe Randa, what's wrong with you? And he goes, it's a sleeper pick. So it's like, I don't think you know what that means. My question, KC, who is your top quarterback sleeper for this year?
top quarterback sleeper. That is insane, that story.
It's true. It's true.
I've probably already given it away in the sense that Purdy, where he is, if not Purdy, Jordan Love, I mean, you can get him around 5 or 6. I've got him as a 6th-rated quarterback. I love his the matchup points I've got, and I've got what's called fireworks points. There's a category I have that says how many shootouts you're going to get in a given season. He's got 88 out of 100 on that, and 100 being the best. I think we get some. And by the way, Green Bay has more quality wide receiver depth. If you go from top to bottom of their depth chart, easily the best team in the league as far in that category. They can throw Watson. There are other guys. Christian Watson's supposed to be an impact player. Maybe he gets better because of that. What he had done this offseason at the University of Wisconsin. But, I mean, there's 4 guys who are equally as good as him on a per-play basis, and plus they get a great play call on the floor. So, yeah, I think Jordan Love's going to be top 5 QB this year.
Is Kyler Murray a guy you'd consider maybe a potential sleeper?
Yeah. Yep. I do something called upside, downside, and overall grades in my draft guide. And he is 10th overall, but he ranks 7th in upside, and he's on the borderline of ranking even higher than that. The only thing that gets me with him is they've got a little bit of the quality of depth. If McBride or Harrison gets hurt, I don't like the backup behind them. It's probably why I rated Love higher. But if those guys all stay healthy and the way he runs the ball and things, and the creativity in their play calling, yeah, would not surprise. So he's one of the guys, if you're going to wait until round 6 or 7 to go drafting quarterbacks, he's a good guy to wait for.
Casey Joyner joining us. Hey, Casey, I like the current crop of rookie quarterbacks. I'm a big Caleb Williams fan. Which rookie QB should we keep an eye on and maybe draft with, maybe some middle to late round options there?
Yeah, I'm with you on Williams. And the thing I really like about Williams, 2 things I like about Williams. One, I mentioned that matchup point. That measures basically how good the defensive coverage is going to be. And I do it on like a cornerback, safety by individual player list. He ranks 100 out of 100 in Chicago's most favorable pass defense schedule. And now they've got Odunze, they've got Keenan Allen, who's 231 pounds. So he's going to be obviously a possession guy. And they also have DJ Moore. They have Cole. I mean, they've got guys who can catch back. The running backs can catch the ball too. Wouldn't be surprised if he throws the ball a ton and he can run the ball. I'm looking at it going, boy, I wouldn't be shocked if he makes it up to the upside, to a top 10 ranking overall points. The only thing that bothers me is that Chicago has low fireworks points. I don't think they get a lot of shootouts this year. And that's kind of it's like 10% of the factor. So it's that's like the only ceiling for them is Chicago keeps things low scoring.
KC Joyner, make sure you check out the Football Scientist Draft Guide. You want to win this year. How serious are you? You should check it out. KC, we appreciate your time very much. We hope to talk to you again very soon.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
All right, Casey.
Righty. When we come right back, a look at the most challenging stretch of the Kings' brand new schedule. So Drive Guys roll on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hublet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for For the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. What's happening, Chad, for the Make This the Summer Sales events?
Save up to $17,000 off MSRP on all remaining 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xEs. And since it's the 4xE, you'll save thousands at the pump too with 56 MPGE.
That's pretty impressive. Any other deals on remaining 2023s?
Right now, save over $11,000 off MSRP on select new 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs. With savings like this, they can't last long.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
11,025 net savings on select new 2023 Charger SXTs. Includes $34.45 in factory rebates and $75.80 dealer discounts. Sample VIN 683-858. 17,000 total net savings on select new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xEs after $37.50 Fed EV rebates and $13,250 dealer discounts. Incentives include $37.50 federal EV tax credit. Is offered by third party and subject to change without notice. Consult a tax professional for details and eligibility. 10th net savings. Sample VIN 664-151. See dealer for details.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
It's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Yay! The new schedules are here. The new schedules are here. The Kings have, turns out, 12 nationally televised games, 6 of them on NBA TV, and I guess some people have an issue with that. There's a guy who's been a listener for a long time. Go Gales at SMC Hoops. I think his name's Jeff when he calls us. And he tweeted something about how all the home games, a lot of home games on national TV because the NBA knows how great Sacramento is. He says, Sacramento media counting NBA TV games as national TV games, a tradition unlike any other. So I guess some people that, it's not really a nationally televised game. It's an NBA TV game.
It's an NBA TV game. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's a nationally televised game.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I know it's not a showcase event, but it is a nationally televised game.
Well, here's the thing, too, and we just, ran through the list of nationally televised games for each team, and that included NBA TV.
Right,
I mean, it's not a Sacramento thing. That's what you do. Yeah.
He's not the only one. I think there's a guy named, is it Rob Brown? He says, well, on Twitter, 6 on TNT, ESPN, the rest just NBA TV. So,
well, you know what, Whitey? I don't want to, derail the show, if you will. And I know we're going to break down the schedule, but I was thinking about this earlier today. I know I'm a contrarian. I know I push back on a lot of things you and Jay say, but that's just for the sake of argument. I feel like in this day and age in our society, people just want to argue just for the sake of arguing. You know what I mean? I could be like, man, it's a nice day outside. And then somebody be like, well, if you like 90s and sunny, it's, and it's just, I feel like we just like to argue just to argue.
I think
nowadays.
Maybe that's like half the reason we have Twitter, right?
Right.
So if someone says something, you can tell them they're wrong.
Right. And I do it too. Somebody will say, Mike Bibby should be number 2 or 3 all time in Sacramento. First thing I think of instead of saying, yeah, you might be right, is, hold on, let me prove this person wrong. Let me dig up some stats to tell you why you're wrong. I feel like that's where we are as a society now, man. If people just get upset over anything.
But there is a lot of positivity too. Maybe we need more, but it is out there. Eric Stoneburner says, we were talking about all the nationally televised games. On the chat, I would rather listen to Drapes and Katie than the national broadcast.
Oh, my guy.
Emidrock. Drapes, I'd rather see you on the TV broadcast instead of the national media.
My guys, thank you so much.
Ken Hill with the finger pointing up to that comment.
Yep. Yeah, I appreciate that, guys. I can't wait. And looking, I'm the type that, because of my job and what I do, I don't want any national TV games. You know what I mean? I want NBC Sports California, me and Katie to be front and center for all. I don't want you to have no other viewing options out there.
Actually, what you told us was you do want the NBA,
the NBA
TV
TV games.
If you're doing
if I'm doing them,
Yeah.
exactly. I don't want the TNT games. The TNT games are the bad ones. Those are the ones in the ABC games. Those are the ones we get stripped of. ESPN we share with, though.
I was going to ask you how much more exposure there is with League Pass, but you probably weren't doing games before League Pass, right?
No,
League
I
Pass
wasn't.
been around a long
It's been
time.
around a while. Yeah. I wasn't.
Because it's basically every game is, I know it's not a huge audience nationally, but every game you do is basically a national.
Yeah,
telecast.
televised somewhere. Exactly. You can pick it up. And like I said earlier, man, I love doing League Pass games or NBA TV games, and you get texts from friends and family and everything, and they send you screenshots. And so I love it, man. And I will say this about League Pass. It's a way to keep up with the actual league. You know, we had Jared Greenberg on, last season. They're going to make that whip around show that he did on the app into a TV show.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So sort of like Scott Hansen and, Red
they
Zone.
tried
and
that,
everything.
didn't they have crunch time on NBA TV?
Yeah. I think they retooled it, revamped it a little bit. And I think it's coming this season.
I think they tried that on MLB TV too, on
MLB
what was
Network.
it called? But I don't think it quite. It's basically just have the guys
Quick
there and
pitch or fast pitch or something.
Quick pitch is all highlights, but I
Yeah.
think they just basically have their regular show, and then when something's going on, they throw
They
to
dip
it.
in.
Speaking of things going on, just to put a bow on it, I was asked about Chuck Taylor because I was like,
oh yeah,
famous shoe, but who was he? Judas Lyon says Chuck Taylor was a basketball player and shoe salesman marketer.
Yeah, and I'm on his Wikipedia page.
Was he any good?
1901 to 1969. Let's see, career. Player manager for the Converse All-Star basketball team in the mid-20s. Became widely known as a salesman and promoter of Converse All-Star basketball shoes.
I guess I just want to believe that the first guy to have a shoe named after him must have been
like
phenomenal.
Right,
It turns
like
out
the Jordan of his
he's
era.
just a really
huh?
good salesman.
Right. Chuck Taylor's, yeah.
I'll post up Chuck Taylor.
Taylor, an avid golfer, spent. I wonder how tall Chuck Taylor was. Watch he be like
mouse in the house,
6'5" or
Frames.
something like that. It doesn't list it on his
You're not scoring
Wikipedia
on me.
page. No, he was a salesman, basketball player. Grew up in Indiana.
There you go.
Hoops
Birthplace of
hotbed there.
basketball, yeah.
Yep.
What is the most challenging stretch of the season as far as you're concerned with the Kings? Brand new schedule. As we said earlier, that month of March is tough, but there just aren't a lot of what you'd consider easy patches here at all.
Yeah. And what was your question? Was it most interesting?
The most
easiest?
challenging.
Oh, challenging.
stretch.
I'm looking at this stretch. I mentioned it right before the All-Star break. And when you have the Pelicans in 3 games in 6 days, and then you throw Dallas in that mix, I think that's a tough one. You mentioned one to end the year, starting off with Dallas, Philly, Memphis, Golden State, Miami, Boston. Like those are all, probably playoff teams, or at least challenging for a playoff spot. How about you? You seeing anything out there?
Well, just again that month of March.
Yeah.
You go to March 3rd. I need to play Houston on the 1st, but okay, that could be an eminently winnable game. You visit the Mavs on March 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go to visit Denver. Then you're home to the Spurs. Then you visit the Clippers, and we don't know how good they're going to be. Then you're home to the Knicks. Then you're on the road, Warriors and Suns back to back. Then a couple days off, and you're home to Memphis, home to Cleveland. You got the Bulls, and you're home to Milwaukee, home to Boston, home to Oklahoma City. Then you have Portland come in, then at Orlando, at Indiana.
Yeah, that's
Yikes.
That March is going to be tough, man. And the thing about it too, Whitey, as you break it down, I'm looking at it right here. It's not like there's a home or road advantage. Like it's going to be difficult no matter what. You know, even your home games are tough.
You better have your house in order before that stretch begins.
Yeah, that might be a crucial month in terms of standings. You know what I mean? Because if you handle your business, then you can, that final stretch we just talked about, Cleveland. No, I'm not going to include Detroit, so I'm going to start it after that. Denver, Clippers, Phoenix. That's a hellacious end to the season, because you probably think all those teams will be jockeying for some sort of position. Denver, maybe a top 3 spot. Clippers trying to get a top 6 spot. Phoenix, same thing. And so I think when you look at it, and I would love to see, the matrix of NBA, the schedule, like if you're the NBA, that last week, you got to schedule against conference foes. Because it creates a rivalry, if you will. It creates drama for the standings, and I think that's what they did, at least with Sacramento.
They did. Let's face it; they got a lot of drama down the stretch last year with the play-in.
Every game meant something down the stretch, and I haven't fully deep dived into the schedule from a professional standpoint. Like, I hope I'm going to be in LA here or Miami there, but from just the competition level. I mean, I'm looking at even a December looks tough to me when you got the Lakers 3 times, Dallas, Indy, Memphis, Houston, San Antonio twice. Remember, Spurs ain't going to be a walkover this year. And so every month looks a little daunting, if you will.
Did you see what Jay just sent us? Thank you, Jay.
Oh, no, Jay.
I don't like this, Jay. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm feeling it.
Not. Nicolas Cage will play John Madden in David O. Russell's Madden movie. Nope, that's just wrong. Isn't it? That's wrong.
Nah,
Al Davis, I could maybe see.
Right.
John Madden?
There's going to be a lot of makeup, a lot of, weight added on. Like, he's not going to look like Nicolas Cage. That's what I hope.
To me, they're just they're not the same at all.
Yeah. People are saying it should have been Frank Caliendo. Yeah.
What do you think, Jay? Do I need to keep an open mind? I don't like it at all.
You might have to. I hear where you're coming from because on the surface, fellas, like Nicholas to me seems more of a serious actor, more drama, action. I think you need somebody with a little funny bone to be John Madden, right? Keep an open mind.
He
Keep
does
an
some
open mind.
goofy stuff too. Nicholas Cage does some goofy
He just
stuff.
did like the little vampire movie. I can't think of the name of it.
This sounds like an Academy Award waiting to happen.
Uh-oh.
You know what I mean?
Calling it?
I'm saying if he pulls this off.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Seriously.
Didn't Sandra Bullock win an Academy Award for Blind Side?
Michael,
you get in here. Academy Award. That's great.
Don't make
I
fun
like
of Sandra
Sandra now.
Bullock.
Yeah,
tell
come on
him.
now. Slow down over there, White. We got some Sandra Bullock fans.
Yeah. Don't.
Michael, you better watch it.
Here's your Academy
Award, man.
Don't make fun of Sandra Bullock, man.
You ain't feeling Sandra, or you ain't feeling the role she played?
Role, yeah.
Oh, that role. Okay.
Speed 2 was also great.
Well, now you're digging in.
All right,
the
now it's Speed 2.
Who you got? Who's a Madden? Because Madden's a difficult cat to cast for, right?
Very good question.
Yeah, like who off the top of your head? And I know it might take you, 30, 45 minutes. Anybody?
I don't have a good. I can give you one, but I don't have a good answer.
Okay,
I can't think of anybody.
That's a fair point. If I don't like Nicolas Cage, I got to come up with a topper by the end of the show. I'll do that. I'll do my best. And when we come back, which team is doing a greater disservice to their superstar, the Lakers or the Warriors?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Next on Sactown Sports. You get in here, McElroy.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Maida Chevy saves you $12,000 off MSRP on every new half-ton Silverado LT Turbo Max. In stock after rebates. Always 5 to choose from. Labor Day savings on now at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details. Ends 9/3/24.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
We just found out that David O. Russell's Madden movie is going to have Nicolas Cage as John Madden. I would have gone another way. I would have considered Jonah Hill. John Candy would have been great, but obviously
I like Jonah Hill. That's a good one.
Hill's a good
But he's thin now, so you got to put the extra weight on him.
Thin Jonah Hill
wouldn't be a problem for him. Not John Goodman. Is he just too long in the tooth?
No, I think that'd be a good one.
He's probably not going to have people aren't going to, John Goodman.
Right.
They might actually,
Right.
Nicolas Cage.
You kind of got to get like the young Madden and the old Madden, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. If you're going to have a couple people, play John Madden.
Yeah. He was a really cool guy. Really cool guy. Yeah. So
Who, John Madden?
Yeah. One of a kind.
No doubt.
So,
no doubt.
Good luck, Nicolas Cage. You going to go to that movie?
No.
I'll wait till they hit the apps.
Yeah, right.
And I'm a Nicolas Cage guy, and I love John Madden, but I don't know about that one, fellas.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage. Was he in Face Off? No.
Yeah.
That was a classic. That was a classic.
Don't let Chris Vlad hear that. He
doesn't like that?
Drive to the studio if you say anything bad about Face Off.
All right. Yeah, that was a good movie. Yeah, that was a good one.
Has Nicolas Cage and Sandra Bullock ever been in a movie together?
I'm sure they have, right?
Didn't know you guys
were
such big fans.
I say you can't. Hey, don't badmouth Sandra Bullock, man.
What's your favorite Sandra Bullock movie? Speed was really good, the first one.
Yeah, Speed, in early Sandra Bullock, I'm talking about, even, Sandra Bullock, she was in what was the Bird one or something like that? Or
Bird Box.
Oh, Bird Box.
Part 2 coming out.
Oh, really?
Really?
That was
I didn't see the movie.
One.
I read the book, and it was creepy.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm looking at some of her movies, Miss Congeniality. Oh, that she had a number 2 on that. Miss Congeniality 2 on that as well.
Come on now.
So, sorry. I know.
I'm a Ocean's 8. I thought I'm a huge Ocean person.
Yep.
That's a good one.
Sandra Bullock fans.
Yeah, man.
Ooh, gotta be careful with what I say.
Yeah, be careful now. Demolition Man. Come on now.
Oh, Jay gonna get pulling all of them out.
Yeah, that was one of my favorites.
Okay. I'm just looking at. I don't know how to work IMDb that well, so I'm only seeing like 17 of her films.
Are you on IMDb?
No, heck no. I'm not like that, man. I don't have any acting credits. I ain't got no Screen Actors Guild or anything.
Somebody told me once I was on IMDb because I hosted that horror show.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't look it up, but someone said, "You're on IMDb," and I said,
"How does that work?"
I don't know. Like I said, I never looked it up.
Is it like Wikipedia where somebody creates it for you?
I don't know.
Oh, how about A Time to Kill? Remember that? See, that's going back. Yeah. That's young Sandra Bullock right there. She was good in that. That's the one I remember her most for. Mentioned Miss Congeniality, 28 Days, Speed 2, Hope Floats. Anybody like that?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I saw that. I was okay. No, A Time to Kill was the one.
Okay.
Yeah, A Time to
All right.
Kill.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, what you got?
I saw today Michael Pina in the Ringer, at the Ringer, wrote about how the Lakers are doing a disservice to LeBron. And our buddy Anthony Slater asked the question in The Athletic, are the Warriors not living up to their commitment to Steph Curry? So it's interesting. Both these guys were so phenomenal in the Olympics. Which team is doing their superstar greater disservice, in your opinion, right now with their roster moves? The Lakers or the Warriors? This is what Michael Pina, while you're thinking about, here's what he said about the Lakers. Thanks to a front office and ownership group that have spent half a decade simultaneously catering to and disregarding their franchise player in some spectacularly detrimental ways, championship goals have been replaced by hollow determination. And Slate says, the glaring flaw, a roster brimming in mid-tier depth, but absent enough top-end scoring talent to relieve Curry's workload and inject the Warriors back into fringe title contention, was put under a harsher microscope this past weekend. I think the Warriors are trying. I think they're making an effort. They tried to get Markkanen. They tried to get Paul George. The Lakers, to me, just seem like for the last few years, they haven't really known what they're doing.
The Warriors are trying, but I look at what the Lakers have done over the last 2 years. Remember, they were in the Western Conference Finals 2 seasons ago.
They were.
They made some major moves at the trade deadline 2 seasons ago.
And how'd that work out for them? Are you right?
Well, they got
They
to the Western Conference Finals.
They did.
That's all I know.
That's true.
We're talking about recent history. The Warriors, to me, I feel like they're making moves too late after the fact, or trying to after the fact. Going after marketing should have been done back at the trade deadline. When you look at the Lakers, I do believe they are trying. They tried to get Klay Thompson. They're striking out royally right now. If I was to be a betting man, I think the Lakers, because they are in a better position to compete in the Western Conference, they are a better team than the Warriors. So I'm going to say the Warriors have failed Steph. Just because the current roster, the Lakers are a better team.
Slates points out that because the Warriors were so determined to bring in that next big star, those efforts to get Paul George, then Markkanen, but more Paul George, may have actually driven Klay away. And so in an effort to get another scorer, they lost their second leading scorer. They drove him out in a sense.
And that's part of it, contract situation too. I just feel like really when you look at both teams, going for it, winning championships, competing for championships in the Lakers' case, they're hamstrung.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what more, like you said, both teams are trying. Nothing's happening, though. I mean, think about the Lakers. They went out and got Russell Westbrook at a time to try and make it work. They went out, they fired their coach and brought in a new coach. I feel like they're trying, but it's like they're both in quicksand. It's like, they're trying to get pulled out and they just can't make any ground.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Warriors are not an improved team, in my opinion. They aren't better than what they'll challenge once again for the 10th and 9th spot. The Lakers will challenge for the 7th or 8th spot. They'll be exactly where they are.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah.
In fact, I agree with you, but it's interesting because Slate says there are people in the analytics department with the Warriors that look at what they've done, which is, DeAnthony Melton, Kyle Anderson, and Buddy Hield, and they say, oh, yeah, we're better. Somebody says some projection from somebody in the league has them like 4th in the West, but I'm with you is like, maybe there are numbers that suggest that, but I don't see it.
It's sort of like, if you're building a football team, Whitey, and you got a good tight end, you got a good cornerback, but your quarterback, running back, and wide receiver are garbage. They got one piece. You got Steph, Kuminga, but then after that, it drops off. And so all the guys they brought in, the Kyle Andersons, the Buddy Hields, the DeAnthony Meltons, when it's time to actually win a championship, you're talking 8th, 9th, 10th man on the roster. If they're part of your core and you're depending on them, I don't think that's attractive.
So as we look at the brand new schedule, if you're the Kings, you don't need to worry too much about either one of those teams? ? The Warriors or the Lakers?
I don't think so. I think, honestly, those guys are in our rearview mirror right now. We got bigger fish to fry. We're not, and coming up at 5 o'clock, I got Drape's Takes, 5 must-win games. And those teams don't register on the radar as much as they used to. Even though the Lakers had a better record than us this last season.
Right, yeah, barely. They were barely better. You were right there with both those teams last year, record-wise. Right there.
Yeah, and so if we're battling with them, to me, something went wrong this season. Because that means we're battling for an 8th seed, 7th seed, 9th seed, and we're better than that.
All right. It'll be interesting to see what the Lakers are able to do. They brought in J.J. Redick, but other than that, they really haven't been able to do anything, and they're almost as delusional as D'Angelo Russell is, right? He thinks he's as good as Steph Curry, and the front office seems to think, no, we're on our way. Here's what Michael Pina says. He says it's not often a team wins the title, as LA did in 2020, and then spends the next 5 seasons destructively validating the popular adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, end quote. That is a little unfair because, to your point, 2 years ago,
they went to the Western Conference Finals, and they did some things. I think people are forgetting that it was 2 seasons ago. They were a top 4 team based on final results in the NBA. And so I don't think, the Lakers are, and I will say this, matchups this past season. Denver is their kryptonite. I'm not going to base the Lakers season on losing to Denver in the playoffs. They were the 7th seed, if I'm correct, or was it 8th, actually, and they beat the Pelicans. But their record, if we're going to clown on the Lakers, ladies and gentlemen, we need to look in the mirror because they actually were better than us last year, Whitey.
But they should be better than they are with the talent that they have in their top 2 players, especially their best player.
Yeah.
Right? They should be better. Both those teams, you have 2 absolutely all-time great generational players. They should be better than they are.
They should be. And what's crazy about their squad last season, AD and LeBron were healthy. It wasn't like, those guys, missed 40 games or anything like that. And so when you look at the Lakers, it was the other players. I like Rui Hachimura. I like Gabe Vincent. I like Austin Reeves. But those guys, for some reason, same thing I was saying about the Warriors, you got AD and LeBron, and then it drops off. You got a 1-2 and then a 6, 7, 8. You don't have a 3, 4, a third best player, fourth best player that can help you challenge in the Western Conference.
I think the Warriors, when they got Durant, they had the feeling that, all right, we're getting our new arena. We're going to be able to just bring in a parade of superstars. They're all going to want to come here. Maybe we won't be able to keep this core together, but when we need a superstar, we'll be able to get him. And they were supposedly in on Giannis, and he didn't leave there. And they were hoping they could get Embiid or Ben Simmons at the time, and then Markkanen. And they just haven't been able to get any of those guys.
Yeah.
And now they can't even keep Clay.
Yeah, they can't even keep Clay. And what's their path going forward, talking about the Warriors? Like, you need top level talent to compete in the NBA, and the Warriors don't have it. I'm looking at, the Lakers, and I'm going to throw a player out here based on numbers. 18 points per game, 6.3 assists out there. Looking at some of the shooting numbers, 41.5% from 3, 46% overall, knocked down 82.8% from the free throw line. Sounds like a very good number 3 option, right? Based on the number. That's D'Angelo Russell. How come his numbers don't equate to, like, we would love to have a guy like an 18.67 assist kind of guy. How come his numbers don't equate to winning?
Because he's not as consistent, and because he does not have any interest in guarding people.
So bad defense.
But they do
empty numbers.
Yeah, you need defenders and guys that can shoot around LeBron, right?
Yeah.
You have that.
Yes.
You're going to have some success.
Yeah. And historically, that's what you need. Go back to the Miami team, the Mike Millers of the world, Shane Battier's of the world. You need those kind of guys around LeBron James.
Let's see what we have here from some of the smartest. I have to put a question mark on it here based on some of these suggestions. Listeners in radio and viewers on YouTube as to who might be a better choice than Nicolas Cage to play John Madden. Colin Farrell, Jeff Daniels. Somebody says Keanu, Michael Chiklis. Let me know if you hear anything you like. Jay.
Keanu? What?
I think that's a joke.
Oh, all right.
Will Ferrell, Nick Offerman, Stone Cold.
Oh, yeah, that's a tough role to fill, huh? That is a Will Ferrell on there. I just can't see it.
Well, it does depend on whether it's a drama or a comedy or what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you're talking, John Madden, the coach of the Raiders, I can't see it.
If they ever do a movie about Al Davis, that could be a really, depending on how real they want to be, that could be a really interesting movie.
Yeah.
Somebody,
the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Somebody will have to play Al Davis in the Madden movie, huh?
Yeah, you got to have that. Yep, you got to have that.
Yeah. All right, we're going to come right back with B-Boy Morris, Sacramento's own.
Yeah.
B-Boy Morris, famous break dancer, Team USA break dancer. What's the future of break dancing after you know what in the Olympics? That's next, Sactown Sports.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 tests under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, the future has been on display down in Stockton, the A's affiliate in the California League. Beginning on the 10th of August, the top 4 hitters taken by the A's in this year's draft have been in the lineup. Nick Kurtz, Tommy White, Joshua Kuroda-Grauer, and Rodney Green, the outfielder from Cal. In that game, those guys combined for 10 hits, and Kurtz hit a home run.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Everyone loves to be outside, and so do mosquitoes. Protect yourself against mosquitoes and West Nile virus by following these simple tips. At least once a week, look around your yard and drain stagnant water from any containers where mosquitoes can breed. Remember to use an effective mosquito repellent, especially at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Close all doors and be sure screens are in good working condition. At the Mosquito and Vector Control District, we're here to help. Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Drapes, we have breakdancing royalty in studio with us.
Yes, I'm excited.
Yes,
Excited for
Sacramento's
this
own, a world-famous breakdancer from Team USA, B-Boy Morris with us. How are you, Morris?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thank you for having me.
Jay, put up his mic, Jay. All right, go ahead, B-Boy Morris.
Okay, what up, everybody? This is B-Boy Morris representing Rock Force Team USA. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. Great to have you here. Yeah, you know, breakdancing's been talked about a lot lately for good reasons, for bad reasons. People going crazy over Ray Gun's performance at the Olympics, as you well know. That controversy, Morris, has it been, in your opinion, has been good for breakdancing, bad, maybe somewhere in between?
I think it's more like an in-between. Because, our biggest thing was to show people that we belonged on that stage, on that platform. And I think what happened is, like in every sport, you know, there are people who make it that aren't the best. Let's just say it that way.
Right.
And I would say the media kind of like took the opportunity, like Rolling Stones and Vulture. They're not really inclined to hip hop too much.
Yeah.
So
But she did terribly. I don't know why they spend so much attention on that.
Exactly.
She did horribly.
Well, she didn't do well. But that's my whole concern, because it's like we don't focus on the worst teams in the league,
right?
You know, and there were other. Trust me, I will say this. I'm not trying to throw nobody under the bus. There was like a couple of girls that weren't really of the level, and she wasn't the worst. There was one.
Really, there were other people that was. How did that make you feel though? Watching it, you know, obviously you're a legend out there. Did it elicit some kind of emotion from you? Like, nah, this ain't it, guys. This ain't it.
Nah, because the way trials worked out is like let's just use America for example, right? America, we're like first world country. We have a lot of things afforded to us that other countries don't. So let's imagine that America has produced, we have thousands of champions.
Yeah.
It's just also sometimes it matters on location, time. And our trials were like tedious. It was heavy. So like you imagine me, I'm 40, I'm going against a 16-year-old who's amazing. But and then, you would go to Australia and there's 3 competitors. So like you're not going to get the top level of like what we would have our gold standard in America in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
So like
it's different levels to it. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah. B-Boy Morris is with us in studio. So how unfortunate is it that here we have no breakdancing in the next Olympics, which are in the United States, which is where it all began.
That's crazy.
Terrible because it's it came from America. It came from the birthplace of America, the Bronx. But I mean, there's still a saving grace. We still have the kids coming up in 2026 for the Youth Olympics. That's what really jumped us off. And then they're talking about bringing it to Brisbane 2032. So like they know even though like here's the good part of the bad, all eyes are on breaking. So like breaking has some of the highest viewage.
Oh, it's coming back in 32?
A chance for coming back. We can't say like for sure because there's all financials and everything. And then she didn't. So I want to make it clear for all media. She did not get us not into 2028. Right. It was already decided.
They saw Ray Gun.
No. Like, no. We don't want this.
One little kangaroo.
You're out. But no, like in 2023, I think October, they were like, they had LA had a chance to pick up other sports, and I believe they went more the finational route. The sports that were gonna put more money in, but.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Pardon me for interrupting, but I assumed that's what it was.
Oh, come on.
We tried it. It didn't work out.
Think of it like the NBA, and it's like the worst team in the league. They're like, we're just going to stop basketball because this isn't it. Like, you remember the movie with Will Ferrell with the Tropics?
We're
just going to end the whole league. It's a wrap.
Yep, Jackie Moon and them. Hey, B-Boy Morris, let me ask you this, because you told us off air, you were that close to coming to the, going to the Olympics, qualifying, but you got injured. How was the selection process? And did it match the atmosphere we saw at the Olympics? Meaning, because we were talking a couple of weeks ago, me and Jay, when you look at breakdancing and breaking, a lot of it is the crowd energy, responding to the crowd. Was it like that as you trained for it and prepped, and then it was more corporate at the Olympics, or was that what you were expecting?
No, so so here's the difference. Everybody saw Rachel, and they're basing it off those clips. So like I want everybody, if you can find it, because I don't know why NBC Peacock they took it down. Like even though it was like one of the most it's not on the platform yet. They're gonna move it, I think, to like HBO Max or something. But talking about trials are tedious because this is the thing. Like I've been doing this for 25 years, right? So this is the first time I've represented the United States. You go to these countries, there are some countries that got the ray guns, but most of the countries have like abnormally strong and crazy powerful people,
right?
And then imagine in sports, like you'll have like we have the other leagues. You can go to China, say like in basketball, and they'll have their phenoms over there. We won't know who they are, but we'll be like, oh, these people are equally amazing.
Yeah.
But, America normally reigns supreme. It's the same at all these trials. You're going against the best of the best. So you never know. So the guys and women who won, they're top tier. That's why we were like, why is the media focusing on the low tier?
Yeah.
And these people are doing some amazing things. And I mean, I'm one of the guys who've done it. And I'm telling you, can't just Ray Gun made it look like you can just roll out of the chair and you're good.
Right.
It is not that type of party.
Morris with us from Sacramento.
Yes, sir. 3500 block real quick. Put that out there.
All right.
Now, this Burbank Titan right here. You're talking there.
Not to focus, too much on her, but I saw today she was commenting. She was saying, just please leave us alone because she's just getting barraged with criticism and leave me alone. Please leave my family alone. But she actually thought she didn't do well, but she actually put a lot into that, right? She wasn't out there fooling around. I mean, she was actually, she says, I really tried.
Yeah. I mean, you got to look in breaking is like this. So this is why we wanted it in the Olympics. You're going to see athleticism to the next level. So like I said, I advise everybody, go look at the clips.
Yeah.
And there's women very much so doing a gravity defying movements, but breaking also, here's the artistry of it. You can go out there and do the kangaroo. You're gonna get the response that everybody's giving her. That's all part of the game too. So like even for me being a person in the culture, I want to protect her and be like, yeah, she's just being creative. But also me being a part of the culture, it's okay to laugh.
Right,
So this is
right,
where I want
right.
everybody to like have a laugh, but then have the little bit of humanity.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
like towards her, be like, hey, that round wasn't it.
Yeah, right.
You know, that was the kangaroo wasn't it.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Like,
Yeah.
I went
Pretty good at it. That was a good kangaroo.
Oh, I went to practice last night and we was doing
Yo,
the
you
kangaroo.
kangaroo.
Like,
Oh,
trust me,
man.
everybody in breaking, we're normal. Like, so if something funny happens, we're
Yeah.
gonna be on it. But we just want to make sure that people know that when we say breaking and hip hop is not what people think it is. It's inclusive to everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Wow.
like, and that's what it is. She came out there. She was like, I don't have the physical, so I'm gonna go with the creative, and it just didn't go right.
My daughter is. I've told you she does some competitive dancing. She has done some, and that's one thing I've noticed about the community. Very, very, very supportive.
Yeah.
You know what, to follow that, me and Drapes had this conversation. I'm glad you brought that up, Whitey. How did you feel about, like, you know, when you think of breaking, you think of a community. You think of you know, as much as you're battling, there's still 30, 40 people around you. You know, you think of, and of course we could talk about you got served and all these different narratives that we've seen in movies, but that was one of the things me and Drapes talked about. It just felt like there were two people on the stage and there was nothing else. Like, you didn't feel the vibe, the culture wasn't there. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, this is where I say this is the media again. The people there were out of their seats going crazy. The music was getting the crowd like amped up. And they even cleared, I think, 300 tracks. So the audience would get, you know, actual music, not like, you know, this weird robotic stuff that everybody's using because of copyright reasons.
Right,
We're in the digital age.
Yeah.
So like from what they showed, and like I said, I'm like, yo, I saw it from here, but then I also have my people on ground.
Yeah.
So what we're doing right now, we're commentating in a sense, right? So this is what people saw, but that's not the vibe that was there.
That was actually
because
there.
when you're at the event, the music's loud.
Yeah.
Everybody's like seeing something that they've never seen before, and the energy picks up. And France was the first like country I left from the United States to go compete. Their people are very intuitive to the dance. Their country's government supports them regardless. That arena that they had for the Olympics is not like, oh, this is the first time breaking had this many eyes.
Yeah.
France is notorious for filling the arenas.
Right.
That size or bigger.
Yeah. B-Boy Morris joining us. B-Boy, you know, one thing to your point, I watched the women, I think it was a Friday I watched them. Me and Jay came in and talked about it. But then I watched the men on Saturday and I was like, okay, this is more like it. And not, you know, coming off sexist or anything, you know, people may have seen the one clip or something like that. But if you watched it, you saw some talent. With that being said, you know, I used to break dance back in the day. I had the cardboard. I used to do the windmills and the head spins and everything. How have you seen breaking and breakdancing change through the years? I feel like it kind of simmered down a little bit, and now it's huge out there.
Can we get a dance off, by the way?
Nah.
I got the music right there.
Give me about 3 months. I was the king of the windmill. I could do about 20 of those things. I can just keep it going.
I'm ready.
He's already.
I'm injured right now. We can go.
Bro.
Let's see. How did I see it progress over the years? So if you go back and you even watch, let's just say, go back and watch Beat Street and then go back and watch the Olympics. You'll see the moves have developed. You see the musicality has developed, the presence. You see how back then it was predominantly Puerto Rican and African American, but really more African American because that's the root of it. But now, I'm gonna be honest with you, we are like 1% breaking.
Right.
Like there are more people from Europe that break. There are more people from Asia that break. There are more people in South America that break. So the African American community, it didn't flip flop. We're like the 1% in this thing.
Yeah.
Now, this is what hip hop kind of is supposed to do. This is what they wanted to do.
Right.
You use it as a therapy or art form. And that's why, like, I try to tell people it's beautiful because it's giving these people opportunities they never would have had before. That's why, like, it hurt a lot of people online with Rachel. They're like, oh my God, no, it's going a direction we didn't want to go to. But it evolved like perfectly. Like when I started in 1999, there are certain moves that I would be like, okay, I'm dreaming of doing. Now the kids are doing it times 10. So like I'm in there because I'm gifted in what I do, and I train, and I'm very protective of the culture, which keeps me in. But these kids, I can't light a candle to them. If I stop, it's a wrap.
Really?
Dang. You can't stop no more.
B-Boy Morris with us. Are we going to see you back at Golden One Center with the Kings this year? And how excited are you about what the Kings are?
Ooh, super excited about the team. You know, everybody knows the energy's up. Shout out to the Golden One Center being new, vibrant, bringing in new talent, and auditions are coming up. So I may do one more season, maybe two.
Okay.
Do you still have to audition, or you were shooing?
I mean, you still
Okay,
got to
okay.
audition. I mean,
Well, just pick up the phone.
You ain't got to audition no more, man.
I got to audition. You can't just be. You want to set a good example for the youth, because
That's a dance thing, huh? Where people every so often it's like, no, you got to audition again.
Yeah.
No matter how good you are.
Because you just think of it as like, say we get cool and I just jump on the radio. You can't just have me jump on. I got to go through the hurdles y'all went through.
That's true.
Because then some new young, radio jockey gonna come over here. He don't know what he's doing. And Ray Gunn. So you
that's messed up. That's
Isn't
terrible.
There be something now in any competition. Somebody's just gonna throw that in. And
every competition.
Whoa!
Well, I mean, the only thing we could do at this point with that moment is, and I'll say it, like, I respect her for going for something like that, and hopefully she can understand that this is her moment. Take it in, use it to her advantage. But this is something that's actually drawing everybody together, because a week ago we weren't talking about it.
Look at it.
Now we're talking about the kangaroo.
Yeah.
So,
See, to me, I know she studies the culture, but to me, and maybe I'm not giving her enough credit, I mean, I could study Monet for a long time. I can't paint like him. So just because she studies the culture doesn't mean she can dance, right?
That's right. But this is the thing. When you're in breaking, you're going to actively go to competition so you can understand it more. That's why, like, when she's doing the lectures and writing about it, she knows, but there's still a level of a journalist and a high performance athlete.
Right.
Like, I have a take on breaking, but for instance, she may be able to go more in depth in certain areas of like politics and society, referencing breaking and how corporations are involved with it. But then mine's going to be deeply in the paint, because I'm at almost every competition. I'm, at these big level corporate events where they have breaking to the highest tier. So I'll have my angle and she will have her lane too. So that's why I'm not mad at her. And my only thing is, I just want everybody to know, like, hey, don't focus on the person who got like the low numbers. Focus on the high
It's
numbers.
more than that.
People don't even know who won. Like, so like, let me ask, and there's no slight to y'all. What was the girl's name, or what country was the girl?
Oh, shoot.
Lithuania?
Nope.
No.
I just know, didn't the gold for the men go to Canada? A guy from Canada?
There you go. I'll give you credit. See?
Yeah.
Like, so Canada, it was a guy named Phil Wizard, Red Bull athlete, really good. And for the women, another Red Bull athlete, Ami from Japan.
Yeah, Ami.
Yeah. So like that's my only thing. And it's no slight to y'all. Everybody, I'm like, do y'all know who at least won? They're like, no.
Yeah.
Like,
Kazakhstan, like we're naming every other country.
Yeah. Oh, that's good stuff. Go ahead.
Oh,
Jay,
I was
go
going
ahead.
to say, B-Boy, someone that comes from Sacramento, I'm a huge proponent here on our show.
City of Trees.
City of Trees.
Yeah.
I put it in there everywhere I go. We talked about, before you jumped on, about travel, like representing Sacramento. Like, do you feel you put Sac on the map every single time? And there goes a rap album name. Do you put Sac on the map every single time that you walk out of here, Sacramento, jump on a plane and go compete? Do you feel that way?
Oh, yes, for sure. So like how I said I would go to France all the time. I had them thinking Sacramento was a state. So like they weren't like, yo, California. It was like Sacramento, like Sacramento, California.
Hey.
So like that's how much I wanted people to know, because there is something special here. Like if you're in arts, sports, something here, like after, because there's a lot to do, but it's not that much.
Yeah.
So once you figure out your niche, you are actually really good at it. So it's like, and you're competing, and what I mean by that, with people in New York, Miami, overseas. I'm not the champion. There's a ton of champions that came out of this city. So like,
really?
Yeah. So in dance, it's huge.
Right.
Most of Jabberwockies like that everybody knows in dance. They
Came from
Sac.
Sac.
Yeah, a lot of them from here, Northern California.
And then another.
Shouts out Low Keita.
I was just about to say Keita, Dietrich's Dominic Sandoval.
Okay.
That's Sacramento. Kareem Gwynn. A lot of people don't know him, but that's another breakdancing legend from Sacramento. There's a ton of people who come out of here because something about the allergies, I'm assuming, help you focus.
Sure. That's B-Boy Morris. This is a wonderful story. Could you tell us how you found breakdancing in high school, I believe, and what it meant to you and what it gave back to you, just the ability to be able to express yourself that way?
So like when I started, I was 15 and was always pretending. And I mean, long story short, I really didn't have focus. So my mom took me down to Downtown Plaza when it was called that.
Mhm.
And they had a
Those
shop
were the
called-
days.
Oh, I loved it back then. Fun. And when you could actually go to the mall and just have fun.
Yeah.
And they had a store called Get a Clue. And they
He's
had
in Ard Mall now still.
Yeah, they still have it.
Oh, they
Shout
still
out to
got
them.
that
Ard
store?
Mall,
Okay.
And they had it at Doco too for a minute.
Yeah, they did.
Um,
Yeah.
And they had Battle Year '98, and this is in '99 because VHS was
Mm-hmm.
a year later.
Yeah.
And I seen it, and I was like, and then I was a cocky little brat, so it was like, yo, this guy got to Germany and he sucks. So I was like, I can do that.
snap. Okay.
So
Okay.
kind of,
Yeah.
a moment.
Right.
And then I was like, Mom, can you guys get this for me? And she was like, son, yeah. And
Mm-hmm.
literally like brought it home, studied it, started breaking furniture in the house, trying to imitate moves. And literally like at that moment, I didn't know what I wanted to do in life. And I just was like, I want to do this. And then when I was like, you can travel the world, I was like, I'm all in. And then my parents saw it was something not negative. They were like, all right, go ahead.
Go for it. Yeah.
And they once I started breaking everything in the house, they were like, "Now we moving you to the garage," and then dancing on that cement in the garage, like the glazed cement.
Really?
We'll get you good quick because your body will be like, "No,"
Right.
because of the pain.
Isn't it
Right,
great?
it don't move. It don't move.
We young people, so often you try this, but when you find it, like you with broadcasting, when you find it, it's almost not a choice. It's almost like you're not choosing to do it. It's almost like it picks you.
It chose you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned, like I said, I grew up, we had the cardboard.
Yeah.
How did you, what apparatus did you use? Or were you literally on concrete?
I was on
doing
concrete.
things? What?
Because the idea of it was like, that's you guys' generation was like, get the linoleum, the cardboard.
Yeah.
Mine was like, all I need is something slippery and some music.
Right.
That was it. I was ready to go.
Dang.
And it worked. I mean,
It
like at
worked.
the end of the day, like I wasn't afraid because in breaking culture, it's like you kind of got to be ready to get called out by anybody. So you could be
Mhm.
like, hey, you suck. Let's go. I would be ready.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, after getting the video, literally, so I got it, of course, on the weekend, your parents off work.
Yeah.
And then the following week at Luther Burbank, where I went to school, 3 like known breakdancers there were there, breakers. We don't call ourselves breakdancers,
Yeah.
but just for media sake.
Yeah.
They had a rally, and I called the guys out without training. I was like, you guys suck. I was cocky. And they were like, all
But
right.
that's part of it, though. That braggadocio, that cockiness you talked about, right?
confidence you
That
need.
confidence. Yeah.
What about the support we talked about?
That was the support. So like when they came and got me, they battled me and they found out I suck. Literally that like 2 dudes were like, you're terrible, stop. One of them
Dang.
turned out to be one of my future crew leaders, which is weird. But one of the guys was like, how long have you been breaking? And I was like, a day. And he was like, just
Hey.
go study, learn the vocabulary. And, like you have heart. And that's one of the things in sports, media, whatever. You have to have the heart. That's why I say to Rachel, that's the as I say, the smoking gun.
Yeah.
She has heart.
Yeah.
Because I would not be. I
couldn't
have
do
heart.
that?
I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm not. No.
Put
That's-
yourself out there like that.
Yeah.
That gets back
Yeah.
to this. I think it was Teddy Roosevelt about the man in the arena, that whole speech, which is like, it's one thing to stand on the sideline and criticize, but if you're the one in there doing it,
Yeah.
that's something that none of the critics will ever understand.
Yeah, and I mean, even as analysts, in a sense, journalists, you get a certain type of love for whatever we research.
Yeah.
So like that's why like particularly the way we approach concepts and things are different than the average. As we would
Right.
say, normal when they watch sports, because we'd be in an arena with the Kings, and you'll see the fans going off like, "You don't know what you're doing, and I'm the best." And then you just I'm like, "Bro, you can't get out the seat. Come on, man, go hit the ball. Let's see what's going on." And breaking, we feel that way some because it's
Yeah.
like we want everybody to be included.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's a very inclusive
Yeah.
sport.
So you choreograph as well? You're a choreographer?
I mean, I don't do it often, but like honestly, I'm one of those guys who are very hands-on. So like if we need it, I've choreographed for the Kings. I've choreographed for a group called Academy of Villains. I've done Hollywood movies, things like that, like Step Up, Battle of the Year.
Yeah.
So like I still float through.
Okay.
I'm
Wow.
not just a competitive athlete. I wanted to see all different facets of dance.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I was going to ask, where has this taken you? Not just from the competitions, but performing, movies, shows. Like, explain that journey for me.
And as this show, is this the highlight? For
Right,
you?
right.
This
It's just a-
is
Yes,
the high
top
point.
right here.
So I will say this is one of. Well, I've only had a few radio like appearances. So like this is I'm nervous right now. I don't know how to control myself.
I can tell.
But I mean, it's actually led me into rooms I thought I would never be.
Yeah.
You know, like let's just for example, I never thought I would perform with like LL Cool J and be one of his backup dancers.
Dang,
you know, because
okay.
he's like huge for hip hop.
Yeah.
And then like there's little things like I've been on Teen Choice Awards for Nickelodeon back on the day, Disney, Shake It Up. Like just one of the things I try to teach the students is this, and this is why I love Sacramento. If you focus on your craft and try to get as good as you can, it's gonna open doors for you. AKA Rachel. She may not be heavy in the game, but in Australia, she focused on her craft. It opened some doors for her.
Right.
Now, some of us are like, hey, I wish I got that door open too.
Yeah.
Right. What kind of future does she have as obviously you're just guessing, who knows?
No, she hasn't.
Is she done or
No. So I mean, like, if she doesn't have a mental health breakdown, because this is a life.
Yeah.
Not everybody's built to take criticism
Yep.
or make fun of themselves. But because like I said, I had some like trust. It wasn't all peaches and cream during the Bush era. Remember when somebody threw a shoe at him?
Yeah.
One of the French threw a shoe at me in one of the battles.
What?
So they had the whole community laughing, coming at me crazy, you know, and these things happen.
Yeah.
But what's the future for her is if she looks at it as, let's just use it for like the youth terms. A week ago, she had like 7,000 followers, maybe less than that.
Yeah.
Now she's at 137,000 followers.
Dang.
She has a voice. They just posted her on the way, like on CNN. When I was walking up looking at social media, she just got reposted. She's going to be a Special K, if you remember the movie Breaking.
Yeah.
She's going to be one of
Yeah.
those figures for Breaking. And if she can like turn the narrative in her favor.
I remember Special K.
I see you, Drake.
Man, you taking me back. Wow. I remember Special K. Yeah.
Well, joined by B-Boy Morris. Hey, B-Boy, real quick, because we like lists around here. We like rankings. You know, that's part of what we do. I'll put you on the spot. Give me your dream team as we talk about the Olympics. Give me your top 5 B-Boy, B-girls. Like if you're building a team, a crew, and B-Boy, B-Boy Morris is part of it, who you taking with you?
Ooh, see, so like here's where we go with loyalty. Ooh. So like Sacramento has so many legends, but my crew alone, Rock Force, they're from Union City in Sacramento. We're quite the legends ourselves. Okay. So I mean, I'm not going out of that. I'm going to go with a kid named Icy Ives from Alaska, excuse me. Had a little lisp there. We got Germs, Bowsy. Like I said, Kareem was my guy. We got a guy named Machine. He's from Sacramento. Another superstar. Had to put myself on the team.
Got to.
I had a comic relief in the fun. And I think we would wreck shop. We're like one of the best crews in the world, not just in America, in the world. And the crew's been around since 1983.
I got one last one, and this is from the YouTube chat, and I know we're up against it a little bit, but ask B-Boy Morris if he feels like rap left B-Boying behind.
Yes and no. So like when I'm saying earlier, I said like it was a dream of mine to like perform with some rap artists like LL Cool J.
Yeah.
I was on tour with Curtis Blow.
Get out of here.
So like I did the hip hop Nutcracker. I was a Nutcracker for that, which was scary because I was like, I don't know if I can do this. You know, but to answer your question, mainstream rap left us behind, like meaning current rap.
Yeah.
So like that era of like 80s, early 90s rap, they mess with us heavy. They want us there because, you know, it speaks to their generation.
Yep.
This new generation is like hyper focused or its own subgenre of rap. And I'm not going to say they don't want us there, but it's also like they're so focused on themselves. They don't see how we play into that. And then our music we listen to is not that. So it's like I can dance to anything. You put me on rock music, you put me on rap, I'm going. You put me on instrumentals, I'm going, because if you love dance, you should learn how to dance to any musics. But yeah, I mean, like a little Yachty and Uzi Vert for the kids, they incorporate breaking.
Oh, they still do that? Yachty and Uzi Vert do? Okay.
They have moments where they'll actually do like windmills and things like that.
What?
But are they including us into the culture? No.
What is the toughest music of all types of music to dance to?
Ooh,
classical?
No,
country?
Actually, no. So classical, because we did the hip hop Nutcracker. You get off.
All right.
You just slow it down a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I would say some like heavy metal, but then you catch that rhythm, you good to
catch
go.
it, yeah.
like
Yeah.
there's some music like I dance to, y'all wouldn't even believe.
Probably Taylor Swift, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like it had to be somewhere.
Be
it's
careful,
not,
B-boy. You see how Drake's looked at you.
Yeah,
Be careful.
I'm looking up Taylor Swift tickets right now.
I'm not trying to beef it with the Swifties. They're wild in there. So yeah, no, Taylor, we get down to that.
real quick before you go, because we're getting pushing up. Is there anything you have not accomplished yet that you want to do in this game?
Ooh, yeah, I wanted to be an Olympian. No, there's many things, but I mean, you have to go in life not for one specific. You kind of want to go to like a destination. So I want people to know, like in my breaking career, I was one of the oldest males to almost be on that platform. And America is like one of the hardest, if not the hardest markets to get into any type of sports. And every other country, I will say this, and then I'll get back to what you said. Every other country's government supports them. So when you're part of Team USA, they give you a little bit of funding, but most of these athletes are getting papered up by their government. And then how you saw like on other, like, you know, sports avenues, how much we get when we win the medal is like not even compared to I'm not gonna put that country's name out there, but this country is like, you win a medal, you get $1 million and a government job for the rest of your life.
You good. Yeah.
So like anything else I would love to do is like build more programs, because here's the thing. Even though Sacramento produces a lot of champions, we still need to fund programs to keep producing more champions and open more doors from different avenues. So I work with a lady named Miss T in Sacramento, and she has a program going. And the more I'm slowing down, I want to put more effort in building more people here to get them into dance and get them on that pipeline. I hate teaching somebody anything and then not have it lead to a greater purpose. Like, you know, because I teach kids. So if I teach a kid and I'm like, all right, you have to now go to entertainment so you can make a comfortable living, you know, I don't want to do that. I want to be like, you can go to entertainment. You can be an Olympian. You can, you know, be a trainer, and here are the pathways. But I want to make sure I'm not one of those guys who don't know what they're talking about and haven't done it myself.
Right.
And that's why I say we get it with other cultures. Now this is one thing I advise everybody: get out your areas and mix with all cultures so you can see what an actual good living looks like. When you know there's money out there, you act different, you move different, you teach different.
Yeah.
So
okay,
B-Boy Morris. Hey, thanks for coming in. It's great to meet you.
Please don't. Oh,
I can't help it.
It's kind of catchy. See, you know what I'm saying? There's racial influence in you.
We hope to talk to you soon. We'll see you out at the arena. All right? Yeah. Stick around. Drapes takes. What is it? Top 5 must-wins for the Kings.
Must-wins for the Kings.
Coming up next is the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Bing Maloney Golf Course is 27 holes of high-flying public fun, and Bing Maloney is a classic design for golfers of all abilities. Bing Maloney's lighted driving range is a great place to learn and practice this summer under the covered hitting stations. The range also offers a practice putting green and outdoor furniture to relax with friends. Enjoy tasty beverages or comfort food from Maloney's Grill. The Association of Golf Merchandisers has named Bing Maloney a top 100 golf shop. For tee times, visit bingmaloney.com. It's Sacramento Golf's great value course.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Experience a golf tournament as refined as you are. The Pro Court Championship at Silverado Resort, September 12th through the 15th. Be there as the best of Napa meets the best of the PGA Tour. With world-class wine experiences, breathtaking views, and incredible golf. It's like this weekend was made for you. The Pro Court Championship, September 12th through the 15th. For tickets, go to ProCourtChampionship.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family
They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hey, thrill-seeking movie fans. It's time to get your tickets to see Alien Romulus, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
Whatever comes, we'll face it together.
Let's go.
Experience the most terrifying life form in the universe on the largest screen in Sacramento. Don't miss opening weekend of Alien Romulus in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain.
Dr. Pamela Maida is a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
Good Feet Youth Arch Supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain.
Investing in youth arch supports for your child or teen is one of the best decisions you can make.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Thanks to B-Boy Morris for joining us. I'm telling you, Drapes, I can't stop once I start. Thank you for being with us.
You look like somebody from Thriller, the Thriller
That's
video,
right.
remember? Yeah, they used to do that, right? Yep.
We have Drapes Takes coming up in just a bit here as we roll on this day of the Kings and the NBA schedule release. Highlights, lowlights of the Kings' new schedule. The first thing that jumps out at you, Drapes, I think you and I are on the same page. There's just no way around it. The NBA has so many good teams right now. It's so balanced that there's just, you can't help it to go, ooh, that's a tough stretch. Ooh, that's a tough stretch.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a tough stretch.
Yeah, 100%, especially when you deal with the Western Conference, when you got really 12 teams at least, vying for, a top 6, top 8 in the Western Conference. What's interesting about this schedule, Whitey, and we talked a little bit about it as we break it down here, you face the Pelicans in mid-February, 3 games in 6 days against them.
Yeah.
And then you face the Lakers in December, 3 games in 10 days or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking 2 rivals, 2 teams you'll be jockeying in position with that, you have these cluster of games. I'm noticing not many no Tuesday or Thursday games in December, rarely a Tuesday game throughout the season at that too. That's an interesting quirk of this schedule. But no, I'm excited, man. It's I got them going 53 and 19. Is that the number?
53 and 19? Yeah. Okay. It's a busy day of the week for the Kings, and I don't know if it was this way last year. Maybe this is nothing to do, but you got a lot of games on Mondays, huh? You look at Mondays.
Yeah, you're right about that. A lot of
games on Monday.
Yeah, a lot of games on Monday. I'm looking not many games, especially after the new year on Saturday. 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, you got 3 Saturdays in January, no games. 2 in February, 2 in March, and 2 in April as well. I like those Saturday night games or a Friday night game at Golden One Center where the crowd is lit. I don't see a whole lot of Friday home games. Maybe I'm looking at December where I see a few, but there's a lot of road games, it looks like, on Friday as well.
So what did you say they're going to be?
I did the math wrong.
Yeah.
53 and 29.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I said 53 and 19. I forgot to carry the 1 there. 53. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, this place would go nuts.
I'll take 53. Come on, man.
50 would be
enough. I think if we get to 50, to me, that's a top 4 seed. And, because the West is going to be so battle tested. And so I don't think anybody's going to run away with it with 60 wins or, I'm looking at a bunch from like 55 to 46. It's going to be tough out there.
Mm-hmm. And so much of it is going to hinge on just how good some of the wild card teams in the West are. Like the Clippers, they're going to take a step back, right? Looks like it.
Right.
Yeah. How about Memphis? They're going to be back.
Yeah.
Think. How good are the Lakers and the Warriors going to be? That obviously, the answer to those questions going to go a long ways towards determining how close they come to 53 or more, and we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and that's why I think the start of the season is so important for this Sacramento Kings team. When we look at last year, our squad never really got into a rhythm in terms of, 5, 6, 7 game win streak. I believe the opportunity is there early in this schedule as I take a look at it. You got Minnesota, that's going to be tough. You got to go to LA, but then you got Portland, Utah, Atlanta, Toronto, Miami, Toronto. Like, how many, 2, 4, 6, 8 games. That's a chance to be 6-2 right off the gate, 7-1. That's why I think it's going to be key for this squad to just come out right from the jump. And I'll tell you why coming up next in Drape's Takes next segment. But you got to come off with a solid start, I think, if you're the Kings.
Yeah, because you have so many home games November, December, right?
Right.
It's tough to make that up if you do stumble there.
Yeah, and I believe this team is all about momentum. When it's herky-jerky and you win 2, lose 2, then doubt starts creeping in. You have a couple of bad losses. We saw it 2 years ago when they went on that 7-game win streak in November, the whole vibe. And that's what I'm talking about. It's not just about them. Can you imagine after 8 games, we're sitting here and the Kings are 6-2, how this city would be excited. Mm-hmm. That's what we are all talking about. And so I think right from the jump, they need to capture the excitement and the energy of this city.
Yeah, February made me shiver, says Don McLean. And you're opening at OKC, then you're at Minnesota, then you're home to Orlando, at Portland, then that weird stretch there. And I have a feeling this could be a key stretch for the Kings. Saturday, February 8th, you're home to the Pelicans. Then you go out on the road. Monday the 10th at Dallas, have a day off, and then right before the All-Star break, those back-to-back games.
Yeah.
12th and the 13th, both of them against the Pelicans in Nolan.
I just don't
know you're excited about that trip.
I am excited about that trip. Shoot, I might not even come back because that's right off of All-Star break. Then you go into the All-Star break. Your boy might be gone for about 2 weeks.
Michael Dave always takes that week off.
Yes,
So
got it. That's a chance. I don't know why.
The station should be taking that week off.
I don't know why he's taking it off, like he's doing a lot of heavy lifting or something like that during the season. But yeah, that's a critical stretch, man. Mm-hmm. What I'm looking forward to, because then you come back, you got the week off, Golden State at home. But then think about this, Whitey. Let's say you get through that Dallas Pelicans stretch, 4 games right there. Let's say you go 3-1. Then you got Golden State. Hopefully beat them at home. Charlotte, Utah, Houston. Like, that's another opportunity to really, string together some wins.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Dallas has a little finals hangover. Maybe they stumble. That's going to be the key to this whole thing, is who in the West is taking a step up and who is taking a few steps back. And we're very confident the Kings are one of the teams headed in the right direction. But Drapes has his top 5 must-wins. Schedule just
can't lose these games. I'm telling you.
He's got them all ready for you with Drapes Takes coming right up on Sactown Sports.
Hey, listen up. Get ready for an incredible lineup of live music and events with the Sactown Sports live events calendar. First off, it's Michael Franti at the Backyard in Sacramento on August 23rd. And Soul Fest 24 Live will be at Thunder Valley August 24th. Then take a trip back in time with 80s Rewind at Thunder Valley on September 1st. September 4th, it's Montgomery Gentry bringing their rockin' country to the Crest Theater. Then Train and REO Speedwagon will be at the Toyota Amphitheater on September 6th. And the Doobie Brothers are appearing there on September 10th. Also on September 6th, check out live music at Crawdads on the Lake with Jared Neiman. And you don't want to miss the Lodi Grape Festival, September 12th to the 15th, featuring Joe Nichols and Smash Mouth. And you'll laugh out loud with George Lopez at Hard Rock Live Sacramento, September 21st. And looking ahead, it's Bad Religion at Hard Rock Live Sacramento on October 19th. And that's your Sactown Sports live events calendar, keeping you up to date on the hottest live shows in town.
Advanced Infusion Center, where we prioritize your comfort and well-being. Whether you're managing a chronic condition or seeking specialized IM or IV therapy, our state-of-the-art center offers tailored solutions to meet your needs. Advanced Infusion Center's dedicated healthcare professionals are here to ensure your safety and provide personalized care at every step. Conveniently located in Sacramento and Yuba with flexible scheduling options. Experience a new standard in infusion therapy. Visit Advanced Infusion Center today at advancedinfusion.com for compassionate care and advanced technology.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, the future has been on display down in Stockton, the A's affiliate in the California League. Beginning on the 10th of August, the top 4 hitters taken by the A's in this year's draft have been in the lineup. Nick Kurtz, Tommy White, Joshua Kuroda-Grauer, and Rodney Green, the outfielder from Cal. In that game, those guys combined for 10 hits, and Kurtz hit a home run.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay to store bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Drapes Takes coming right up. What do you think of this, Drapes? This is from ESPN. Just a handful of games here. Star-studded first week matchups.
Yep.
First week of the new NBA season. Do you agree? Do these games grab you?
Okay.
October 22nd, Knicks at Celtics.
Yeah, that's a big game. That's a rivalry game. That's a huge game, yes.
October 23rd, Suns at Clippers?
Nah.
Debuting the Inuit Dome.
I'm excited to see it, but if we're talking about the basketball teams, that one doesn't move the needle for me.
Yeah, I'm with you. And then they also have San Antonio at Dallas, October 24th.
San Antonio.
Wemby against the Western Conference champs.
I wonder, Whitey, really sorry to stop you here. I wonder, because I'm looking at it. I was wondering, are all those games on ESPN? Like, are they just trying to hype up?
TNT,
I'm shocked by that. I thought they'd just be hyping up their games.
Mm-hmm. And they have, let's see, Bad Blood must-see reunions, Dallas at Golden State, Philly at the Clippers, Kings at Chicago Bulls, January 12th.
I don't know if there's any bad blood there, but DeMar going back to Chicago, that's a good matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. I guarantee, knowing DeMar DeRozan and what he's meant and who he is, he's going to get a standing ovation there in Chicago. They love him out there. No blame or anything like that of him leaving town.
Yeah, Kyle has already identified some must-wins for the Kings. It's time for Drapes Takes.
Calm down, Lion. Calm down. Take it easy, man. Just take it easy. It is Christmas in August, and it's time for Drapes Takes. And let me start off by saying, Whitey. Let me start off by saying, Jay, B-Boy Morris, I'm sure you're listening in your car or you still back there or whatever. These are Drapes Takes, not your takes. These are my top 5 must-win games for the Sacramento Kings. No particular order, because you don't need an order when it's a top 5 must-win. All of these are equally as important. I'm starting off with number 1 here. Thursday, October 24th. Season opener, home opener must win. And let me tell you why, Whitey. There's a lot of different reasons. Exhibit A, the way last season finished, losing to the Pelicans, not making the playoffs. We need to turn things around. We need some good vibes, some good juju. How are you going to have DeMar DeRozan make his Sacramento debut in Golden One Center and lay an egg? You got to make a statement, Sacramento Kings, in game 1 against Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I like it.
You like that one?
Yeah.
All right. I'm just getting started, big fella. I'm just getting started here. The second must-win game of the season. I'm going to fast forward to December 3rd. The Houston Rockets come to town. Ime Udoka I don't know. It's just something smug about him that's rubbing me the wrong way.
He was a former King, you know.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. You know, former King. We get that. But remember, they spanked our butts twice there.
We owe them something.
What happened in March 10th, I think it was, when they came here? We were like, all right, new team. We're ready. They beat us in our building.
Yeah.
You got to send a message to Houston because the kind of team Houston is, Whitey, they're sort of like the Pelicans. When they feel like they have the emotional, psychological edge on you, they try to bully you. Exactly. We can't let that happen. So that has to be a must win. That's December 3rd. I'm going right before Christmas, another must-win game for the Sacramento Kings. December 22nd at home against Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers. Tyrese better play that game. He better not be scared to come to Sacramento and get some of this smoke from De'Aaron Fox and company. Here's why they have to win that game, Whitey. Tyrese Halliburton is the darling of the NBA. National TV games, Olympic team, All-Star, All-NBA. We need to silence all this Tyrese Halliburton. We got to win that game.
Getting out of hand.
It's getting out of hand. We got to send a message. And I'm not saying just win that game. I love Tyrese. He's my guy, but we got to embarrass him. Yeah. We got to embarrass him. Fox got to get 40. Tyrese got to be held to 3 of 17 shooting.
And if I may, Kings also owe them because last year they came in here right after the trade, short-handed, and embarrassed the Kings here without Halliburton.
Yes, exactly. So you got to win that game. You know what other game you have to win, Whitey?
What's that?
Must-win basketball games I'm talking about. December 30th, Luka, Kyrie, Najee, Gaffer. I don't care who comes to town for Dallas. Remember, they punked us twice.
Yeah.
Remember, we had
I will never forget.
Right? We had 2 games against them. Tuesday and Friday. You remember what happened the second game, Whitey?
Malik got hurt.
But do you remember what happened before the game? Your boy got dressed up in the De'Aaron Fox jersey. I had the headband on. I had the shooting sleeve. I was ready, and I got embarrassed. We lost that game. So
we all got embarrassed.
Right? We got to win that game, man, because we were all ready, and we laid an egg, so we got to win that game.
That was also the Vlade sitting courtside game.
It was, right? And Luka's talking trash. He should have drafted me, picked me. So we got to shut Luka up. We got to shut Kyrie up. We got to get wins.
We got 4 must-wins before we've even gotten to 2025.
Yeah. I got one more must-win in 2025. And I got an honorable mention. I had this one on my list, but I crossed it out. I'll tell you about it. And of course, you got to go to February 8th, right? I think we all, as Kings Nation, Sacramento Nation, February 8th, Zion comes to town, Ingram comes to town, Herb Jones, y'all not getting it done. You can't lose 7 in a row to the New Orleans Pelicans. You got to get the win against the Pelicans. It's a team that's owned you. They've been your daddy last season. You'll be battling them for playoff positioning. That's a must-win game, Whitey. That's my top 5 must-win games this upcoming season.
I know. We had said a couple days ago that, only half kidding, the season doesn't start until you beat the Pelicans. So when I got the schedule today, they don't play them till February.
Right. The season don't start till February. No, but you
till after the Super Bowl.
I know, right? All-Star break. One honorable mention. January 5th against Golden State at Golden State. You know why that's sort of an honorable mention? We hate the Warriors. We know that. We don't like Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, all those guys. Warriors fans, we can't stand. And I had that on my list, but then I crossed them off. They're still an honorable mention because the Golden State Warriors are like cockroaches. You may step on them once, but they always come back. You got to stomp. Stomp! You got to stomp those Golden State Warriors out. So that's an honorable mention right there, and that's Drape's Takes. It is brought to you by Jade. We got it.
By Alsco Uniforms. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm fired up now. Now I'm ready for the season.
Now you might got me fired up. Not for the schedule, but for the season.
Right. You fired up now?
Yeah, the schedule I still could care less, but for the season, I got you.
The Kings got a couple scores to settle.
They really do, and that's what this is about. Other than the Minnesota game, because you want to get off to a good start, but Houston's owned you. Indiana came in here with no Tyrese. And think about it like this too, Whitey. As much as we like Tyrese Halliburton, every time he does something good, somebody brings up the trade and tries to make us look bad. We got to end that narrative. We got to shut that up. So you got to get a win in that game. Pelicans, we understand that. And Dallas, we understand that. Those are teams we got scores to settle with.
Speaking of Luka, there's a guy that I know is one of your favorites, although you had an issue with him not too long ago.
Yeah.
And his standing in my eyes is just, grown by leaps and bounds. Ooh. Talk about Michael Cooper.
Oh, Cooper
Luke. I know Coop was giving you a hard time about the Kings, right? When you saw him at Emran's show.
He was.
Yeah. Michael Cooper was just on the podcast Showtime, and he's talking about Luka. And you know I'm not the biggest Luka guy. And there's so many things he does that are undeniable. But it's like something about him bugs me.
Yeah.
Here's what Michael Cooper says about Luka. Luka gives you that triple-double almost about every night, but he's too slow for me. If he wasn't a scorer, I would cut him. I give him credit for that, but to me, he's lazy, doesn't hustle back on defense. I love that.
Dang, that's Cooper. Michael Cooper telling it like it is.
I mean, it's kind of, you got to admit, he scores a lot.
He scores a lot.
Other than the scoring, I would cut him. Yeah, but still,
he's elite at that.
Yeah. And he's just too slow. Doesn't get back on defense.
Let me ask you this, though. And I love Michael Cooper. And I know he was just giving me, smack when I saw him at Emran's show. Do we need to ask our superstar athletes to be two-way players? For instance, with Luka, great scorer, but doesn't play defense, doesn't get back. Could we say the same thing about Damian Lillard? I'm talking about the elite point guard position, Steph Curry. Is that asking too much of them to be 33, 34 points per game and being an average defender, above average defender?
Here's the difference. Steph Curry's not a good defender, right? We know that. He's improved. He's not a good defender.
He's not.
You watch the Olympics, other nations, they go after him, but he tries. Luka doesn't give the effort. That's a perception.
He's like a Trae Young kind of thing.
Because you could be one of the greats, but you have to want it. Even his own coach, after his team lost to Steph in the Warriors in the conference finals in 22, Jason Kidd was saying, you got to be in really good shape if you want to beat a team like that. So maybe it's not fair, but that's the thing that I think people get upset about with Luka. I'm that way. It's like, wow, you could be one of the all-time greats, but there's certain aspects of it that you don't care enough about.
No interest in. No interest.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, Whitey? You bring that up, and I remember during the playoffs, he had a game or two stretch where maybe this was originating from Dallas media where they're like, see, look at him play defense. He's a lockdown guy. Look at him lock this up. I forget who it was against. I got to look back at the schedule and see. But the media, the team broadcast, whatever, tried to change the narrative of Luka. And then we saw in the finals, he just got abused. And so, no, you're right, man. It's one thing to be deficient at defense. It's another to not try and care about the defensive end. Sort of like Trae Young. And to your point, Steph Curry, totally different. He tries at least.
Mm-hmm. He's never going to be very good at it, but he'll give you his best. With Luka, we haven't really seen that yet. When we come back, The Athletic ranks off-season moves for all the NBA teams. It's The Athletic. So where do you think they rank the Kings? Did the Kings rank the top 10? The surprising answers coming up. Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Now to Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder. Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. Here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
O'Reilly.
Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of BrakeBest Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. About 6 months ago, I got my new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV, and it's the best car driving experience I've ever had. And I'm here to tell you Mercedes-Benz of Stockton not only has cars and SUVs, they also have Sprinter vans. That's right. So if you're a company looking for a new fleet of vehicles, check out my friends at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. And Mercedes-Benz Sprinter vans will haul anything you put in them, and your crew members will love driving them. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now. They have special rates starting at 4.9% APR and an $8,000 discount on over 30 vans in stock. Mercedes-Benz Sprinter vans. They are ready to customize for any use. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton today, just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com. Tell them your boy Drape sent you.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
David Aldridge of The Athletic has just compiled a list, which they've released over 3 days. Today's the third and final day. Rankings of NBA teams and how good of an offseason they had. So they had 30 through 20 a couple days ago.
Yep.
So we're to the top 10, and the Kings haven't been named yet. So the Kings are somewhere in this
Really? Okay.
top 10,
All right.
according to David Aldridge and The Athletic. Top 10 off-season moves. NBA's best 2024 off-season moves by team. Number 10 is Dallas. Number 9, San Antonio. Number 8, Cleveland. Number 7, the Nets. And number 6, your Sacramento Kings, the 6th best
Off-season?
Now, I know we probably would say should be higher than that, but the way I look at it for The Athletic to have them that high,
Right.
I'm a little surprised. Because, Hollinger went in there and said, David,
right.
no. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, you're right. And to your point, David Aldridge is different than, Hollinger and all those guys. And so I'm surprised. Let me hear the top 10 again. Like, I looked at Dallas. I thought they made a nice little run.
Mm-hmm.
Their moves were solid. San Antonio, obviously. And see, what did Cleveland do? Did I miss what Cleveland did?
Let's see what they have for the Cleveland Cavaliers. From the moment the Cavs acquired Mitchell, NBA Twitter's varying knockoffs have been picking out the drapes for his next extension. Let's see. They kept him? I don't know. Let's see. They now have a real window with their talented core of Mitchell, Mobley, Darius Garland, and Allen. So I think he's saying the fact that they kept him around.
Just, he didn't bolt.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he'll be eligible for that monster
All right.
5-year extension.
Okay. All right.
These, for markets like Cleveland, Milwaukee, Indiana, and Utah, that's all you can ask.
Okay.
And I'm not sure coaching changes will have that big an impact, but Cleveland clearly believes it will. So, yeah, he has them 8th.
How about
7th.
Brooklyn? Just, I guess, getting a haul of draft picks, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
On
They
that
hit the
Bridges
reset
save.
button by
Yeah.
dealing Bridges to the Knicks. Yeah. They made the best possible deal for their franchise.
Okay.
Yeah.
And 6 Sacramento. What do you say about that?
Sacramento Kings. Kings snagged one of the game's great closers in DeRozan. writes David Aldridge, who'll help them in so many ways. He lives to take the last shot and is a foul-drawing impresario. And while the Kings could have used another shooter to help keep the floor spaced for Fox, DeRozan will be a unique weapon who Mike Brown can use in all manner of interesting ways with Fox, Sabonis, and Keegan. Speaking of Brown, good on the Kings for not messing around and making their very good head coach a lame duck going into the last year of his old deal, extending him for 3 years. Just holding on to Brown and Monk, who looked certain to be leaving for a more lucrative deal, would have made a good offseason. With DeRozan's arrival, it's approaching.
Oh, I love
great.
this. This is, just, dessert. It's one of those things you just want to keep eating and eating and eating.
Yeah.
We got to get DA on, Jay. Got a DA is a legend in the game, and I love everything he wrote about the Sacramento Kings right there.
Are any of the top 5, according to David Aldridge, teams that the Kings are concerned about? Number 5, Boston. Number 4, Knicks. Number 3, Orlando. Number 2, Philadelphia. Then number 1, Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah,
great offseason.
Yeah, great. I agree with it. When I look at OKC and what they were able to do, think about it. You're number 1 team in the Western Conference, and then you add Hartenstein, Alex Caruso, and all you really do is lose Josh Giddey. Like that's a net plus for Oklahoma. They got much stronger and much deeper. Philly, we talked about the moves they made. They basically reset their whole roster, getting Paul George, Caleb Martin, Eric Gordon. I forgot Reggie Jackson went there, Andre Drummond. Like, they're a deep team now. So I like their moves. And Orlando, nobody's really talking about Orlando, but the KCP signing, tough, hard-nosed defender that can shoot the rock, something they needed, something they lacked in the postseason. That was a good move as well.
I don't think they're going to be as good as OKC was last year, but I think they're on a similar track.
Orlando? Yeah. And here's the question, right? Can a guy like Paolo Banchero, who I'm a huge fan of, make a leap like SGA did? SGA went from very good to MVP, top 5 player in the league. Can Paolo make a similar kind of leap?
Yeah, like I'm a big Franz Wagner guy, but I don't know how much better he's going to get. He's really good, but how much better can he get?
Yeah, exactly. And, a lot of people pointed to his contract. Franz Wagner, 5 years, $224 million. He's making $45 million per year. My gosh, that's a lot of money.
That ain't gonna be nothing in a couple years.
Yeah,
it's gonna be like, oh, that's a pretty good contract.
Right. Then you're looking at Isaac Okoro, and he's like what, qualifying off for 11.8? That's all.
I can't even get mid-level exception.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, you're right about that, man. And I'm looking at the Knicks there at number 4. They made some interesting moves, Whitey. I want to get your
I
take
can't wait
on
to
them.
watch them. See how it works.
See how it works, right? Because if you remember, they didn't have Julius Randle. Now they get him back. Now that you add Mikal Bridges, you re-signed OG Anunoby at 212 points. Here's the thing about OG Anunoby, and I know he's a tremendous two-way player, but at most he's going to average 15 points per game. He's not going to be a 20-point. So now you're talking 14 points and good defense, get you $40+ million a year. It's crazy.
Well, you see it here. When Anunoby played, the Knicks were 20-3.
Yeah. He's a winner.
But they're going to miss Hartenstein, speaking of the Thunder.
Yeah, who's their center? Are they just going with Mitchell Robinson? Do they go small with Julius Randle at center? It'll be interesting. I'm not sure who their starting center is going to be next year.
How important, because David Aldridge calls DeRozan an impresario at getting to the line.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be huge for the Kings.
Right.
His ability to get to the line, not only get there, but make free throws.
Actually make them. Here's the thing about the Kings. We talked about it all last season. Your 2 best players can't be hovering around 70% from the line. Domas and De'Aaron get the majority of the free throws, but yet they're some of the worst on free throw shooters on the team statistically. That has to improve. And now you get a guy like DeRozan, who probably could lead the team in total free throws attempted, per game, but he's knocking them down into the 80+% clip. You're right. That's going to be huge. How many times last year did we hear Fox, Mike Brown talk about, well, if we just would have hit our free throws, we would have this record. Well, now you got a guy that's going to knock them down. So I'm looking forward to that, man. I think that's worth at least 3 to 4 wins in my book,
Should be,
right?
Should be. Do you agree with Boston as the team with the 5th best offseason only because they didn't lose any of their key players?
Yeah, I thought it was huge. And here's the thing with Boston, and I'm still trying to understand the math. It's just not adding up to me. I just don't know how they can pay everybody. You re-sign Derek White for 4 years, $120 million, close to $30 million per. You give Jason Tatum $314 million as well. Sam Hauser gets extended. Give them credit, man. They're
also paying Porzingis $60 million through 2025.
Porzingis as well. It's unbelievable. But when you're trying to defend a championship, that's what you got to do. Remember Denver last year. They lost Bruce Brown.
Mm-hmm.
They lost Jeff Green. Then this year, they lose KCP. And so they're operating differently than the Celtics. The Celtics are trying to maintain what they have. The Nuggets are sounding like they cheaped out a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, definitely can't say that about the Celtics.
Right. It's unbelievable. They handed out $300 million, to Jaylen Brown last season.
His was the highest contract ever, right?
Yeah, and now it's Tatum.
Yeah.
How you got the top 2 highest paid contracts in NBA history on the same team? It don't make sense. And I get the rules and I understand it and everything. It's crazy, though.
What keeps them, other than injury, what keeps them from winning again this year?
I still think they aren't that deep. I think they go 6, 7 deep, maybe. Al Horford's age. You talked about Kristaps Porzingis, the injury factor, obviously. But when I look at their run through the Eastern Conference, they didn't have to face anybody whole. Even Donovan Mitchell got hurt midway through that series. There was no, who they play in the first round. I'm drawing a blank. It was was it Cleveland? No, it was Miami. No Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Come on now. No Tyler Hero. It was a cakewalk for them. And so I think the East is stronger this upcoming season. The top of the East. Sixers are better. I think Milwaukee is going to be better. Indiana is going to be a formidable opponent. And so I think the gap has closed a little bit in the East.
I think they're fine because they still have Peyton Pritchard.
That guy. You trying to get me there. He
just got married.
You see he got married, had the Larry O'Brien trophy, and Blake Griffin.
That's right.
Did the ceremony.
That's nice.
He was.
Look at that. That's how beloved he is by his teammates.
Right. That was pretty cool, though.
Yeah.
I will admit. That's pretty cool.
So they kept Luke Cornett, Xavier Tillman, and Neemias Queta. This is Celtics, added Baylor Shearman, Anton Watson, Drew Peterson, JD Davison. He's JD Davis. Sorry. Ron Harper, Tristan, and Aruno. So you're right. They're bringing back the old gang.
Yes.
And their depth is all in, like you said, they're 7, maybe 8, but I think 7 players deep.
Yeah.
Those 7 are really good.
Their
top
good.
7 is unmatched.
Unmatched. And I think the Sixers, this is their year. If they don't get it done this year, talking about Philly, because Paul George is going to be getting older, Embiid, his health is always a question mark. They're going all in to challenge this year. And I do think the Celtics, whether it's the Jaylen Brown Olympic situation, Tatum not playing, they're kind of ornery right now. And we'll see how they do during the season.
Yeah, they added Paul George, Caleb Martin, Reggie Jackson. I just don't know if, Boston, assuming Boston's anything close to what they were last year, that's a championship caliber team, obviously. Philadelphia, it takes you a while, no matter how much talent you have, to learn to play together good enough to compete against a team like that.
Yeah.
So I think that's the biggest issue with Philadelphia.
Right. And I think, with Philly, you got to judge them come March and April, like you said, because it's going to take some time. On paper, it looks like the pieces fit, but we actually got to see it in action out there.
Right. On paper, you're a heavy favorite again today in the Wayback Machine, right? Because you've been
3-0 this week, Jay.
That all changes.
That's on paper.
On paper, I still got to, finish the deal. I'm going for a 5-0 week. That's what I'm looking for.
I'm keeping that to myself.
The Wayback Machine quiz for August 15th when we come right back to Sactown Sports.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, we make the dream of owning a new car easy and stress-free.
With prices that you just can't say no to. Save on our best selection of the year during the final days of the Honda Summer Event.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number one claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company. Zone 1 report.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text radio to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text RADIO to 321-321. That's radio to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Great question here on the chat from Mike Shamhart. Yo, 1140. How is Sacramento playing the Lakers 4 times in the first 30-plus games? Also, didn't we sweep L.A. last year? It's a great question. Yeah.
Yep.
Kings play at L.A. against the Lakers October 26th. Then, as we've mentioned many times, December 19th and 21st, the Lakers are here. And then a week after that second game, the 28th of December, the Kings are in LA again against the Lakers.
Yeah, that's
kind of like what the NBA did last year with the Warriors and the Kings, right?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm sure it makes sense to the NBA, but 4 times against the Lakers, before the calendar year turns to 2025, it doesn't make sense at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then as we've also mentioned, as you know, they got the Pelicans there 3 times in a 4-game stretch, and that's it. Outside of whatever could theoretically happen with the NBA Cup.
You know what's interesting about the schedule? This time versus last time. And we've talked a little bit about it, but last year we were all about, we play the Warriors this, we play the Warriors that.
Yeah.
Now it's like Warriors games they're just 1 of 82 now. 1 of 82. I love it.
Just kind of, and we'll get to the Wayback Quiz in a moment. Kind of summarizing your top 5 must-win games. Who do the Kings have on their must-beat list? Who's like New Orleans is at the top, right?
Yeah, gotta be.
Gotta be. And then like Houston's also on there. Like must beat, not just beat them badly.
Yeah, I think so.
Uh-huh.
And here's the thing about that, Whitey. And I think the players, the coaches, it's almost an individual thing. Like I'm saying this top 5 must win because of what happened last year and everything like that. I sort of think like Doug Christie, you got to send a message. But I would argue, Mike or some of the, they're looking at division games you got to win or something like that, opener maybe. But I'm looking at it from a standpoint of, I'm not going to let these punks, these bullies.
Message.
We got to send a message to them.
Yeah, to the Pelicans, to you said the Rockets, and you got Dallas on that.
Dallas,
too, right?
That was a rough week. That was when Dallas came in March, that Tuesday and Friday. That was the nail in the coffin for the Sacramento Kings. If you get one of those, now you're in control of your own destiny, but we lost both.
Things can turn around. The Kings hopefully will turn things around. Jay is certainly trying to turn things around here in the Wayback Machine quiz for August the 15th.
Let's do it.
Kyle Draper has been on a roll.
Three-time champ. And no Vince Gilman. I'm not cheating. I'm not looking at any devices.
Watch his hands.
You've been accused of cheating?
Yeah.
Oh,
I see you 10 out there. Kyle Draper does not cheat except on meals. I am hungry right now. I'm a feast on Jay to start off.
Then Compio, JJ, win. Where's your boy?
Who, Derek Too Shifty?
Yeah,
my guy?
Yeah.
My fans have jobs. You know what I mean? He's probably out working, trying to Jay's fans, they just sit on the computer all day listening to Sactown Sports 1140. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's the Wayback Machine quiz for August the 15th. Everything based on things that happened or things that are related to something that happened on this date in these years. I'm going to tell you, by the way, ahead of time, which are the closest twos. So keep that in mind. We got 1975, 1990, 1993, which is the closest to, 1999, 2012, and 2020. So 1993 is the only, and 2012 is also. 2012 is all 1993, 2012 closest to
1993.
All right. 1993.
Jay goes first.
Jay, you're going first here. You ready? Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
This date, 1993, Nolan Ryan notches the 324th and final victory of his career. How many losses did Nolan Ryan end up with for his career? 324 and what, Jay?
Ooh, that's a good one. This is a good one. He got to come up with the right number.
Long time.
He got to come up with the right number.
I'm going to say he's 324 and 222.
222.
Oh, Jay, that's a good guess. Oh, that's a good guess.
222. Kyle Draper.
What was 324 wins?
And how many losses?
And what did Jay say?
222.
Man, that's tough, Jay. That's a good guess, dude. I'm going to go 221.
Nolan Ryan for his career, 324 and 292.
Ooh,
that's way more losses than I thought.
That's what I thought. I'm like,
basically
he's a 500 pitcher?
Yeah.
Wow.
So he was basically, I'm going to strike you out or nothing else.
All right,
I would have never guessed that.
Jay has the point.
Nice one, Jay. I mean, that was a tough one.
That was tough.
And you're up, Jay. 75, 90, 99, 2012, closest to, and 2020.
Going 1979.
Ooh.
Let's see. We had 99 and 75.
Oh, 75. Excuse me, 75.
Oh, good.
Ooh, my birthday. Let's go.
No, I got this one. He wasn't even alive yet almost.
What manager is ejected on this date, 1975, from both ends of a doubleheader?
Get out of here.
Against the Rangers. Yeah.
Back-to-back games? Doubleheader?
Yeah, both games. You're going. Billy Martin, Earl Weaver, Sparky Anderson.
Man, those three again?
Yeah, that was tough.
That's kind of the standard on the manager thing, yeah.
75. Read the question one more time to see if I can catch a clue. Let me see if I get a clue.
What manager is ejected from both ends of a doubleheader against the Rangers this date, 1975? There is actually a little bit of a clue in there, but it's not definitive.
Okay, so let me see. 75, Sparky Weaver was done.
Come on, dude.
I'm going Sparky Anderson.
That's not correct. Chance to steal. Kyle Draper. What manager ejected both ends of a doubleheader against the Rangers this date, 75? Billy Martin, Earl Weaver.
Billy Martin.
No, it was Earl Weaver.
Earl Weaver? Dang.
Yeah.
I wasn't going that way. Okay.
Yeah.
Out of those three, is he the least hot-headed?
Earl Weaver?
Yeah, or
he was a maniac.
I know, but Sparky was.
And Billy Martin was.
No, I don't think Sparky was anything like those
Really?
two.
Okay.
Those two were.
Yeah.
Woo! All right, Jay up 1-0, and
It's on Drapes. It's on Drapes.
2012 is the other clue?
That's right.
Yes, 2012, Jay first.
All right, Jay. Felix Hernandez this day, 2012, Jay.
King Felix?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Becomes the 23rd pitcher to throw a perfect game.
Yep.
Tampa Bay 1-0.
Yep.
How many perfect games were thrown in the 2012 season?
Ooh,
come on,
man.
That's
I'm going perfect games. I'm going to say 7. 8. Let me go 8.
8 perfect games.
Yep.
And
7.
No, it was 3.
Yeah, perfect games are tough.
I know.
Like if you said no hitters,
but I figured that might be the one that he tried to go. I started to say 3, 4.
There's only been 23.
I know, man.
All right. Yes. Okay. Kyle
we are
Draper.
tied.
Yeah. All tied. Jay, you're up 1990, 1999, 2020.
1999.
All right. Like it's 1999. Tiger Woods.
Oh, my guy.
Wins his second major championship this date, 1999, taking the PGA by 1 stroke over who? Phil Mickelson, David Duval, Sergio Garcia.
He's got it.
Watch the little golf of my time.
Easy questions.
A little Espanol of my time.
Going with a little easy question.
Jay leading 2-1. Kyle Draper, you got 1990, you got 2020.
No, Jay gets the pick.
It's me. It's on me. It's on me. I'm about to take it home for you right here, Kevin.
Uh-huh.
How many questions we got left?
1990, 2020. We got 2 left.
2 left. So if I get this one, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
1990 and 22. I'm going 1990.
All
Marquise
right.
Grissom.
White Leicester.
right. Yep.
This date, 1990. Who becomes the first player to hit 30 homers in each of his first 4 seasons? Mark McGwire, Jose Canseco, Barry Bonds. This date, 1990.
Come on. Why are you giving him layups here?
Becomes the first player to hit 30 homers in each of his first 4
This is terrible.
seasons. This is for the win.
Well, it's not McGuire because he came in 87.
Come on, Jay.
Okay, man, just slow down there, fella. Just
This
slow
is
down there,
terrible.
man. Just slow down there. Canseco hit 30 and 3.
This is terrible.
Barry Bonds, and just one of them guys.
Jay, we coming up on time.
No, we
big
got
boy.
time. We got 2.5. Let me
For the win.
Let me think about it here. Would that be Barry Bonds or would that be,
This guy.
Jose Canseco? 40. I'll go with Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds would be incorrect.
Correct.
Incorrect.
Ooh. Can you read the question again, please?
This date, 1990. Who becomes the first player to hit 30 homers in each of his first 4 seasons? Mark McGwire, Jose Canseco.
I'm leaning towards Canseco. But McGuire was the man back there. I remember his cards. What didn't he have a 1988 baseball Olympic card?
He
or
did,
something
actually.
Like that?
It was red back,
You
too.
remember
It was
that?
red back.
Yeah. Mark McGuire.
He's got it.
Yeah.
Jay, you tricked yourself. You said he came up in 87.
He didn't get 86.
88, 89,
Oh.
90.
That's why I counted it out. I'm like 87, 88, 88.
Yeah. So,
Last one.
We're all even.
Last one.
2-2. Yeah.
And it's on Drapes, baby.
Uh-huh.
What is this
What
one?
year is this?
2020?
This is 2020.
Okay.
And it's not a closest to, and it's not multiple choice.
Oh, really?
Ooh.
Oh, hold on for a second. Let me put my
So if neither of you gets it, we go to overtime.
So you just got to guess the correct answer.
Yes. And you're up, Drapes, 2020. Dame scores 31 to help Portland clinch the final Western playoff spot with a 126-122 in the bubble play-in game win. First time they had the play-in. Over what team? 2020, Dame and the Blazers.
So this was the play-in we have now, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It was a little different because 9 had to win twice.
Oh, yeah.
But it was a first play-in. And Dame scored 31. Portland clinched the final Western playoff
I think
spot.
I know this.
122, play-in win over what team?
I'm going to go with. Let me just. I'm just looking up the Western Conference teams.
No. You know the Western Conference team.
I'm just looking up the team.
You born to play
I just need to see the team.
No.
I just need to see the team.
Man, you just went over a whole schedule.
Dame hit it.
Put an asterisk next to it, Whitey, when I get this.
I got this. Let me look. Lakers, Phoenix.
And we are now officially in extra time.
All right. 2020?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Phoenix,
I do need an
Sacramento,
answer.
San Antonio,
Frank LaRosa is going to kill me. He's waiting to get started.
Grizzlies. I'm going to go with the Houston Rockets.
That's not correct.
The Lakers.
No, it was Memphis. It was Memphis Grizzlies. I think we got a tie unless we
all right, okay. Yep, I got to go.
We got to go.
We got to go. A tie game today. We'll settle it tomorrow. Hope you can join us for
I
a
still
special
got the
Friday.
belt.
Yes. 5 guys on Sactown Sports. Golf Go next.
The only place you'll find De'Aaron Fox is Sactown Sports.
Spins away from the defender. In the paint. Soft floater. That's a great play by De'Aaron Fox.
Hey, Sacramento. It's De'Aaron Fox, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Experience a golf tournament as refined as you are. The Pro Court Championship at Silverado Resort, September 12th through the 15th. Be there as the best of Napa meets the best of the PGA Tour. With world-class wine experiences, breathtaking views, and incredible golf. It's like this weekend was made for you. The Pro Court Championship, September 12th through the 15th. For tickets, go to ProCourtChampionship.com.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow golfers, for your entertainment.
It's the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa, brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Welcome in. This is the Golf to Go Radio Hour on Sactown Sports 1140. I'm Frank LaRosa along with Scott Marsh. Scott insists that this is the best hour of his week. And so, Scott, I'm really happy that we're able to share that. How are you?
I love it. It's always great to be with you. And this week is a really, really special week because we're going to have Ken Morton on, and I can't wait to talk to him. True golf royalty in our area and throughout the country with us today, along with Andy McDowell from the Pro Court Championship, which you MC their media event so well this past week.
You know, Scott, when we used to do Golf Expo, I would take a moment to try and let the audience know that what they see and what they have available to them at Hagen Oaks is what they see is what they know, and what we don't know is that we've got something really, really special here in Sacramento. There is really nothing like this around the country. There is no one like Ken Morton Sr. And the 64 years he put in there at Hagen Oaks, and the many things that he developed over the years and tried. And if they worked, he improved on them. If they didn't work, he just dropped it and moved on to something else. It's just, I think we're fortunate that Ken chose golf. Ken could have been a CEO of a toothpaste company. I mean, it almost doesn't matter. He's got that kind of a mind, and we really should be feel fortunate that we have him in golf and we have him here in Sacramento.
He's the best of the best. And, Hagan Oaks being located truly in the center of the city, it really is the core. And Ken's one of the core people in our community. I was thinking about this, Dusty Baker might be the most recognized sports figure in Sacramento history. And he was being honored this week in the Ring of Legend by the Dodgers. And I'm just thinking, when you think about the seminal people in our city all time, Ken Morton is right up there with anybody, anytime, any place.
Absolutely. It'll be fun talking to him. Also, as you mentioned, Andy McDowell, who's the executive director of the Procore Championship, will fill us in on what we can expect coming up this year in September. It's the first tournament on the FedEx Challenge, and it's Napa. Come on, we're going to be there, right?
It's Napa. It's Silverado Golf Course. Do we need to say any more? And PGA?
Absolutely not. We won't say anymore. We'll just take a break here, and we'll come back with Ken Morton Sr.
Keegan Murray plays here.
Keegan scores another three-pointer. Keegan Murray knocking it down for 23 points. Match De'Aaron Fox for game scoring honors.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
I'm Scarlett Johansson. My family relied on public assistance to help provide meals for us. These meals help fuel my love for acting. When people are fed, futures are nourished. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
When you were young, all you wanted in the summer was an ice cream truck to roll by. Now, you just can't wait for the Harbor Freight parking lot sale to roll around. And it'll be here this weekend. Maybe you're looking to fill up that tool chest. Maybe you're looking for a tool chest to fill up. You'll save money either way. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until August 18th, 2024. While supplies last. Limitations apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Limited time. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. What was I thinking? I'm getting drunk on the Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPfest.com.
Brought to you by Harvey's of Sacramento and Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced stage. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
It's the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports.
You are listening to the Golf to Go Radio Hour. This is Sactown Sports 1140. I'm Frank LaRosa, along with my buddy Scott Marsh. And Scott, what a pleasure. Our next interview is going to be Ken Morton Sr. Is the recently retired director of golf at Hagen Oaks. And he just put in a measly 64 years there. And it's just remarkable when you think about over the course of the golf course, which opened in 1932. They're on their third head golf professional. I mean, I know some courses that go through 3 a year, and to think that there's been that kind of stability with Tommy Lopresti, Ken Morton, and Mike Woods is just remarkable. Ken, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, Frank, for having me.
You know, you and Butch Harmon are going to be honored Monday at the Langley at Pebble Beach, which is named after Jim Langley. Our 34-year-old friend, our 34-year-old head golf professional at Cypress Point. And you were there at the beginning all those years ago when we kind of decided this was something that made sense, naming it after Jim and going out and raising money for the NCPGA Foundation. And here 16 years later, you and Butch Harmon are honorees. That's got to be kind of a full circle for you, huh?
Well, it certainly is, because you don't ever think about something like this when you start out. The whole reason to create the foundation is to do things for the good of the game and the good of the general public and make their lives a little happier.
It's been quite a couple of months for you. You won the Herb Graffis Award, and you just received the Master Professional or PGA Master Professional of the Year award. And if I understand that one correctly, that's only been awarded about 4 times. And Mr. Arnold Palmer was the first of those. You know, Ken, you're at a point in your career where the awards are coming in. You are the most decorated club professional in the PGA history. And I know, as you mentioned, it's not about the awards. It's about the journey, as you've said so many times. But these kind of awards, I suppose, maybe they're more important to your family because they know what you've done and what you've gone through and what you've been to so many. So we just hope that you can find some time to enjoy and understand the respect everybody has for you.
Well, it's really a treat to be able to live long enough to be at this point in my life. And yes, I have more time now with my wife, Kathy, and we are taking time to be with our grandkids and visit them. They're very successful and spread out around the country. So yes, golf has been really good to me. It's been a wonderful quality of life. I mean, I could have not dreamed anything up about my life. But yes, the family did sacrifice when I was younger. I was a 24/7 workaholic and enjoying every minute of it. And to them now be able to also receive some of the fruits of that is very fulfilling.
You know, the side stories along the way that you've kind of, shared here and there just, by chance, I've just found so fascinating. And the notion that you were there at the beginning with Karsten Solheim and Ping and Ely Callaway and the Callaway brand, and what you and Hagen Oaks meant to those companies, getting them off the ground and the success and the, multi-million-dollar corporations they've become so many years later. Again, your memory book is just filled, I'm guessing.
Well, there are a lot of great memories, and if you're there and you're doing what's right or trying to do what's right, then down the road there's kind of a payback. Yes, Karsten Solheim, that's quite a story. I can remember Mr. Lopresti and I being together, and he came into my office. He says, "Ken, you got to come out here on the putting green and see this guy with this putter." And I said, "Okay." So I went out, and he's got this funny looking putter, and it's going ping every time he hits a golf ball. And I look at Tom, and I'm thinking to myself, holy moly, is this really something that's going to work? And anyway, the guy was such a nice fella. And I said, well, why don't we order a dozen of them? And we were one of Karsten Solheim's first customers, actually buying any of his putters. And interestingly, here we are now, close to 60 years later, 50-something years later. And who would believe that my son's son is now one of the designers for Ping Golf Company? He's an engineer designing golf clubs for Ping. And so, you know, when you talk about a full circle, that's about as full as you can get, right? And so, you know, we've been meaningful to Ping over the years. We've been one of their premier business associates by promoting their products. We believe in them, and then they've been really one of the most vertical equipment companies in the world. So it's been a great partnership, and even to this day, I was just talked to a couple of weeks ago where I was able to help Mr. Carson Solheim win an international award for his company, and was asked to write a letter on their behalf. So we still have this really close relationship with them, and it's deeper because it's like we compare cultures, our business culture and their business culture, and so that's a phenomenal thing. The Ely Callaway story is equally as good. I can remember him walking into the shop. Now, Ely Callaway was a CEO and a general, a big Fortune 500 company. And so when he went into the golf business, he actually, believe it or not, bought a company that made wooden shafted putters and wedges, and which were totally outdated. And I can remember him calling on us and showing us his equipment. And I looked at Tom and LaPresti and said, boy, I don't know about this. He said, Ken, just give him an order for a few and let's help him out. So anyway, we gave him an order, and it took us a while to sell them, but we sold them. And then he then invents the most modern metal wood and the biggest change in golf. And actually, I thought it was such a big change that I gave a big order to Ely Callaway, and he had limited production. And that original relationship that we had with Ely Callaway, he just told the company, you give the Mortons whatever they want, because they treated us right in the beginning. And we were able to get equipment when no one else was doing it. And again, it goes back to golf is a relationship business, and it's all about where you cross the bridges with different people and you make friends, and then down the road it pays off if you're doing all the right things.
You know, when I think about your career, what jumps out to me most is from beginning to now, as you continue, even as a retired professional, you growing the game is so important to you, and you found ways to introduce the game to audiences that that probably didn't have as much access to the game as was necessary, and that being juniors and women and Say Golf, which was the precursor to the first tee, California Eagles program, Saving Strokes, now PGA Hope. It just goes on and on and on. And I know, one arm of you is running a business, but the other arm of you says it's more important that we grow the game and that we bring all these new people in. What do you think of the state of the game at this point?
Well, the state of the game right now is probably at an all-time high. I think there's more interest in the game right now due to the pandemic, because before the pandemic, the game was in gradual decline. And I think it was interesting to me that for the last 20, 30 years, the game has been doing everything to get rid of its old reputation of being a rich white man sport, or being a game that is cliquish, a game that people didn't really know whether they wanted to play or not. It was hard. They had all of these reasons why they didn't want to get in the game. But it's interesting, when the pandemic came, all of a sudden the media decided that it was a healthy sport. and it was a game that people should get out and play because it was outdoors. It was a game that helped you live longer. They have proven statistics that golfers live 5 years longer than non-golfers. So all of a sudden, at the same time, technology's coming into the game and starting to create these different simulators and different kinds of aspects of the game that really weren't even on the golf course that people are starting to play, especially young people. So all of a sudden now we have aspects of golf that is really exploding. In fact, the number one exploding factor in golf today is women's golf. Women are coming into it like never before. In fact, we went from a period back in the 80s and early 90s when if a girl wanted to play high school golf, she had to play on a boys' team. Today we have over 40 all-girl high school golf teams in Sacramento. And in fact, right now, when we have, we do give some golferships to kids to help them with entry fees and lessons and learning the game available through our Morton Golf Foundation. And we're interviewing 40 to 50 kids every year. 60% of the people applying are girls.
That's
so
great.
Golf now is really healthy. And then, as you said, we have been working for the last few years on trying to create programs for disabled people. At Lamb Park, we have people who play that are blind. We have, as you said, the PGA Hope program for those that are disabled from the military. We have programs for kids with heart problems, Special Olympic kids. I mean, so the game is open to everybody now, and the more we work at that, the more we find out that we need to have programs that work from a kid being a beginner all the way to reaching maybe college level golf. And so, yes, we've been developing programs, and because of my son Tom, who was on the PGA National Player Development Committee, he's been working with doctors and different people outside of golf to learn about how people learn and how people can progress in a more positive way. And so our programs now are very sophisticated. In addition, the First Tee has helped us create teaching core values to kids. So much of our programs now are focused on creating future citizens, people who live by core values through the game of golf. So yes, it really has exploded since I was a kid, because when I was a kid, you learned to play golf and you learned to make a few bucks by caddying, and that was the way we got into it. We're at the other end of the continuum now. I see the future of golf continuing to become more sophisticated. In fact, I think I'm starting to compare the work ethics of people that are now playing in the Olympics and these other sports coming into our sport. I mean, you really have to be dedicated and want it really bad in order to be able to reach a competitive level in golf.
Scott, kind of makes you feel good to be part of the game, huh?
Well,
Yes,
really,
it
it's a special era. Yes, I feel very blessed.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. And it was so fun to watch Scotty Scheffler win the gold in the Olympics and how he teared up. It was maybe his most cherished prize in golf. Ken, you said something to me that really resonated, especially with your story with Callaway and the relationships and how you built that. And to me, that's what golf is all about, whether you're on or off the course, because at its core, you're really spending quality time with hopefully friends or new acquaintances, and you're really getting to know them. It's the relationships that you build that really makes the sport so special. Obviously, your legacy is long lasting and will be felt in our community for a long, long time. I got to think for you, the thing that maybe makes it even a little bit more special is the fact you've made it a family business and you get a chance to work with your sons, and they've taken over and taken what you've built and in some respects even taken it to the next level.
Well, it's really interesting because that was not a plan. That just kind of evolved on its own. And I can remember back in 2001 when the city of Sacramento said, Ken, if you're going to now rebid for your position at Hagan Oaks, we're going to put all of the golf courses together and we're going to have one person run all the facilities. And I was beginning to think about retirement at the time. I was thinking, well, I may have another good 10 years in me. And here we are now 25 years later. And so I was talking to my sons at home, and Tom says, well, Dad, both of us are graduates. We love golf. Would you be interested in us becoming your partners? And that was really an interesting thing, because everything that I had acquired financially was in my business. And so now I would be bringing in two of my sons. In addition to that, we decided that Mike Woods and Terry Daubert, Terry's now our president, would also come in. And that was one of the best decisions in my life, because now we had people who specialized in different parts of our company, who had different creativity in different parts of our company, come together and then begin to take the company and the city golf courses to new level. And I have to say right now that nothing that I've accomplished at Hagen Oaks here would be possible without the support of the city of Sacramento. They have been really good for me over my career, and I have been very fortunate to evolve here at the city of Sacramento golf courses.
We will be back with more with Ken Morton. I don't know how we top that, but we'll be back with more right after this.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. Here we'd have dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
O'Reilly! Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Advanced Infusion Center, where wellness meets vitality, unlock your full potential with our customized Liquivita vitamin IV drips, tailored to fit your unique lifestyle. Whether you're an athlete aiming for peak performance or a frequent traveler looking to stay healthy, we have an IV infusion just for you. At Advanced Infusion Center, we understand that wellness isn't one size fits all. That's why our expert team is here to personalize your infusion experience. Ready to elevate your wellness journey? Call Advanced Infusion Center today or visit them online at advancedinfusion.com.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go? I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it! I knew it! Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council. The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
It's the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports.
Welcome back into the Golf to Go Show. Scott Marsh here with Frank LaRosa. We're talking with Ken Morton, who's coming up on a huge honor on Monday night. He'll be one of two recipients for this year's Langley event down at Pebble Beach. Him and Butch Harmon, and that's rarefied air, Ken. So congratulations for that. As we continue our conversation, I think one of the things that I think makes you stand out in everything that you've done is just your willingness to think out of the box and be creative with everything you do. And certainly with the Super Shop and building that model, which was kind of a first of its kind in the nation, and just the way you approach retail and your golf courses, you look at it from just a much larger level than it just being golf itself.
Well, yeah, our purpose here, purpose statement from Morton Golf, is to enrich lives one guest at a time. And so as you can get from that statement, the word golf is not in there. I mean, I think we are here for a bigger purpose than all, and we're here as in more important reasons than golf. Golf is the tool we use to enrich people's lives, and really 98% of the people that play here, or maybe even 99% of people play here, they play here for fun. They play here for social relationships, and so that's what has to come first. And so we try to put that before even money on the bottom line. I think over time, that if you do the right thing by people and you make people enjoy themselves in what you're doing, they're going to support you, and the money part takes care of itself. That doesn't mean you don't have to have business models and have all kinds of systems and operational things going on. But the truth is, people have to be interested in you. They have to be interested in what you're doing. And so you have to be creative in order for them to have fun. I believe golf has gone from a game to then a social environment. It's now going into an entertainment level. I mean, the hospitality industry in golf is how much fun